name is Andy Nkemname again. I'm here to represent the DG, Institute of Peace and Conflict Resolution, Dr. Bakut Bakut, who is unavoidably absent because of engagement. Once again, we want to welcome everybody to this engagement, this convening. We realize the new dimension of conflicts that have started in our country, starting with the SARS protests of last year, and the memories and remembrance which almost got out of hand this year too. This is something we are witnessing presently, and we thank God Search for Common Grounds met the Institute that we could collaborate in this regards to see how we could give some impetus and look into, analyze the conflict and look into how this could be handled before it gets off hand. We started this project early this year, and thank God it has gone around the country, and today we are here to look at what has happened all over the zones and to see how we can give it a bite. So on behalf of the Director General, Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, I welcome everybody and wish us all well in this convening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andy, for your presentation. I've just been told that the Country Director of Search for Common Ground is en route to this place. There's some traffic that is hindering him from coming here. So can I please crave your indulgence that we take the overview of the agenda before we do that, which was supposed to come after tea break, but we'll just quickly run through that now. We can find the agenda in the paper bag that we met on our seats. There are also pens as well as a jotter for this event. If you look into that bag now, you would find one of that. So I will just quickly run through the agenda. And it's a two-day event, like we're aware of. We'll be doing, just right after break, we'll do the introduction of participants. Then we'll go to the presentation of the state-level communiques, which I think we might take just after this, since we have started just in time and we have seen that we don't have as much time as we initially thought. So we're going to be having two panel discussions today, which would come after break. We're going to be speaking on unemployment, underemployment, and industrial violence. Later on in the afternoon, just before we have lunch, we're also going to be speaking on a panel discussion on public safety and security. We're going to be rounding off today's activities with breakout sessions where we're going to be shared into two groups. These groups will be looking at the issues that were discussed in the panel discussions. We're going to be rounding off today with presentations and plenary discussions. So just like we did at the various state levels, we're going to be replicating that here in Abuja and trying to have a more robust discussion. I think that's about it for today's agenda, and then I will go straight into the introduction of participants. So we can start from my far right, and then we're going to just have our names and the organizations that we represent. Can we have a microphone for him, please? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
I am Dr. Tobias Utsaha from National Defense College, Abuja. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm Ramatushe Ugarba, Executive Director, Support for Women and Teenage Children, Kano.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning,
My name is Deborah Effiong. the Executive Director for Arise for Gender and Livelihoods Initiative, ALIVE. We are based in Port Harcourt.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Willie Eselebo, Society for Peace Studies and Practice, University of Ibadan.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alimi Salifu from the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs.
Nigeria. I'm based in Kano.
Professor of Sociology.
There. So I see that we all use the same microphone, so we can please do.
And expatriates living in Kano have monopolized some businesses, social prices, and they have private and underemployment and issues around industrial disharmony. And they have also looked at how the youth need to provide, how more opportunities need to be provided for the youth to interact with the Nigerian Labour Congress to help against labor exploitation and underemployment. There is a need for a new national youth policy to reflect the contemporary challenges. And this was aching from one major and really a worrying situation in Kano, where youths were employed the contemporary challenges. So this has to do with the issues around environment, around pollution, around poor drainages that was discovered to be one of the major issues in Kano. So this is these are what we discovered in Kano. So I will just run through Rivers State and then the other states so that we all begin to think about it before the country director comes up and gives his welcome address. So in Rivers State, the challenges discovered include street gangs and light weapons, which are actually very much on the rise, and in Port Harcourt. And that was seen through an example where there was increased armed keke napep riders and urchins who have been threatening commuters and cars at traffic lights or bus stops. So Port Harcourt City became really uncomfortable with the situations where commuters were harassed and were really attacked in some cases by urchins and criminals who hide themselves under the guise of keke napep riders, and or some of them are in cahoot with them to really of their valuable belongings. And then we also found the issue of high unemployment, which became a source of grievance in Rivers State, particularly as some ethnic groups do not have equal access to the limited employment opportunities that do exist. So employment programs have not been, because of the issues around skewed nature of employment that was discovered in Rivers State, and a lot of complaints came in around the government in power usually favor a particular either political party loyalist or people around the same ethnic communities and so on and so forth. So local peace and security initiatives such as Amnesty Program and Neighborhood Watches are malfunctioning due to corruption, politicization, and inadequate government or CSO collaboration. So there was a need for greater synergy between all these major stakeholders mentioned to ensure that local peace and security initiatives are really established and take roots within the Rivers State. Then issues around slums and waterside neighborhoods, such as the Marine Base in Port Harcourt, were hotbeds of violence and crime. And the government needed to carry out certain oversights and official engagement with organized crime so that they are able to cope these challenges. And urban communities were increasingly affected by oil theft and artisanal refining and indiscriminate dumping of industrial waste. This we can clearly see that it speaks to the issues of environmental degradation and how it even affects lives and livelihoods of people in Rivers State. We also found out that government, in terms of issues of corruption, kept reflecting in almost all strata of the conversation, because anywhere that government is involved, you see people pointing out the issues of corruption and inadequate implementation or following through with certain decisions and policies made by government. So in this vein, the Rivers State was supposed to embolden that the corruption has emboldened human traffickers and kidnappers and oil thieves. So officers in agencies such as NAPTIP were alleged to be receiving inadequate training and support to prevent criminal activities. So these are some of the issues that corruption really breeds in weakening the institutions that we have that are supposed to fight corruption, that are supposed to fight criminality, that are supposed to fight illicit activities. And then the law protecting against sexual and gender-based violence are not adequately implemented, and the state actors charged with enforcing sexual and gender-based violence protections are not provided with the tools or training they need. This also aligns to the same, the previous section that has to do with corruption really affecting or demoralizing the functionality of the state institutions. Then we also saw the issues of drug abuse as pervasive in Rivers State, and the existing rehabilitation services are generally insufficient to help addicts find work and avoid relapse. So again, some of the economic challenges and the limited opportunities have pushed the youths into drugs, and then the institutions that are meant to protect that and to also rehabilitate youths that have found themselves into these challenges were really either dysfunctional or insufficiently trained, have insufficiently trained manpower to really carry out their mandate. And then the issues of cults and open practice, cultism and their attendant open practices within the universities, the polytechnics, and the secondary schools within Rivers State were just prevalent. And the attendant rivalry amongst these cult groups was a major security threat to communities in Rivers State. Then recommendations also emanated in Rivers State to address some of these challenges, and that include the fact that Rivers State government should form public-private partnerships with international and national oil companies to develop standardized measures for disposal of waste, seized illicit oil products, and form environmental policies that are inclusive of local communities. And the idea is because most of these initiatives are done in silos. You find the international corporations doing their own thing, the federal government doing their own thing, and even where the federal and the international oil refineries are really in collaboration, the state and the local communities are not really carried along, and that really leaves a gap, and that creates disharmony that can warrant the communities to take laws into their hands, and that can exacerbate industrial harmony. So universities and other special tertiary institutions were recommended to establish academic research programs on the evolving use of technology in the oil industry and to provide scholarships so that youth will be better prepared for the oil industry jobs of the coming decades. That will be driven by energy transition. So that was an acknowledgement of the fact that the fossil oil will soon be a thing of the past, and that the youth need to be adequately prepared, to be adequately trained, and institutions put in place and facilities that will help them to position themselves to take advantage of the transition from fossil oil to other forms of energy that would be coming up in the near future. And universities were key to this consideration to really begin to even develop curriculum, to develop even programs that would position students towards this initiative. Then researchers should investigate linkages between rural and urban violence in Rivers State. And yeah, that was a very important recommendation, because we have researchers, and to make their work very relevant, there needs to be linkages between rural and urban violence in Rivers State, and not just to create that link in terms of knowledge, but also to be solution-oriented in terms of really finding solutions to mitigate and or bridge the challenges that exist that links urban and rural violence in Rivers State. So the Rivers State government was recommended to mainstream human security into the state security architecture by improving police-community relations, setting up early warning systems for violent incidents, and enhancing infrastructure such as CCTV and street lights in cities. And all these are some general measures that needs to be taken in terms of keeping the communities and the urban centers safe for people who are resident in those centers. And the Rivers State government should sign the Rivers State's youth policy into law. And that is to say that a law has already been produced in Rivers State for the youth. And the law was awaiting signing by the government, and there is a very huge clamor for that law so that the communities and the youths would enjoy the benefits therein. And then the Rivers State government should domesticate the National Anti-Kidnapping Law and promulgate the Security Peace Advisory Committee system across all the 23 local governments in Rivers State. And this recommendation was just clearly on the strength of the anti-kidnapping law that has been promulgated by the National Assembly, and they are advocating for the domestication of that law in Rivers State and its full implementation so that people would be safe. And then the police and policymakers in Rivers State should strengthen the prosecution of violent cultists and urban criminals. This has to do with the issues around the justice system, where prosecution and criminals and cultists who are really taking away joy from the people in Rivers State. Then Rivers State government should fully enforce laws like the VAP and the VAP Act, and better engage with civil societies, including traditional institutions, in combating sexual and gender-based violence and human rights violations. So this light of the women, really mitigate the negative impact of SGBV, and also protect women and children as well as youths against human rights violation and so on. So civil society via donor agencies should increase direct funding for youth-led initiative and train youths to use digital media to promote peace. So this was also a very important recommendation where the youths were it was recommended that the civil society, the non-governmental organizations and the donors should look toward emergence of COVID-19, because people had to stay at home, and the whole situation escalated, and it became a huge problem that has forced the National Assembly to start conversations around that. And so in Lagos State, they felt that the government is not doing enough in terms of taking initiatives and in terms of taking measures to address these challenges, and that even people who are found to be victims of GBV do not have safe spaces that they can actually move to gain their sanity before they take any decision in their own interest. So issues of drug was also found in Lagos, and it was alleged that political actors and law enforcement agencies are perceived to be doing little to counter drug use and related crimes. So that has gone to just reiterate what has been stated in Kano and in Rivers State. Exclusion of youth and migrants in community development associations and lack of database of community residents. That was seen to be a very serious security threat, and I think during the conversation here in Abuja, that had also come up, where there is need for us to know precisely what is the population of the people we have here, and we can be able to account for each and every resident of an environment. So because people are not really registered, we do not have any reliable database that would help us to account for every population that we have within our urban centers. And then the issue of police brutality, unlawful arrest, illegal detention, extortion, and extrajudicial killings of Lagos citizens, culminated into the NSAS protest and the loss of lives and property. So some of the undoings of the security agencies was responsible to the protest, the NSAS protest itself. So Lagos State also brought out some recommendations, and among them is that the Lagos State government should establish people-oriented and all-inclusive policies to address youth employment, and to strengthen political will to execute these policies and make unemployment programs less bureaucratic for the populace to engage. And that is, this recommendation was largely because the Lagos State government have unemployment hub where the youths are supposed to go and register, and they would be placed on internship and or trainings so that they can acquire some skills that will make them functional, and some of them would be, because the hub is registered with organizations where if employment opportunities opens up, the request from the hub, the qualified candidates that can really fill those opportunities. But the youths are unable to really access this opportunity because some of the officials saddled with the responsibility of registering these youth frustrate them in terms of the implementation and registration. So that's why this process recommendation came up, to really limit the bureaucratic processes associated to that. And then the educational system and youth empowerment programs should help youth acquire a sense of belonging and entrepreneurship beyond skill acquisition. So why this recommendation came up was to really address the issues where people are trained but are not given starter packs to start up their own business, and the enabling environment is not really conducive for them to function even after they have been trained or given some of these skills. So the research community should be supported with funding to research the causes and policy implications of influx of young migrants to a metropolis such as Lagos. So people should be supported, particularly the youths should be supported with funding to research. Researchers should research on these causes and really look at the implications with the aim of getting the issues addressed so that people would not face these challenges. So Lagos State government should enhance its capacity to promptly disseminate information, to curtail information in close collaboration with the media, and the Lagos State government should empower community development association through capacity building of CDAs, executive committees, youth engagement in leadership and community building. This is just to reiterate the need for collaboration of all stakeholders with the aim of addressing the challenges that abound. Then the Lagos State should make provisions for inclusion and well-being of urban poor to contain violence at the grassroots, that is capacity building, sanitize the activities of the National Union of Road Transport Workers, and combat the illegal taxing of law-abiding citizens by hoodlums and Lagos roads and streets. So this was found that some National Union of Road Transport Workers have constituted themselves to be an authority where they even collect tax and really harass people within the Lagos city. And Lagos government should ensure that officers of the Nigerian police force deployed in Lagos are professional and law-abiding, and set up an independent body to monitor and report unprofessional conduct of officers to the governor's office to redeploy them out of Lagos State. In this way, the Lagos State government would set standards for policing and end police brutality in Lagos. And that the National Broadcasting Commission should build fact-checking mechanism for all media. And of course, you would not agree less with me that this is quite important, because we discover that the kind of information that fly in and out have the tendency to degenerate our peaceful coexistence in country. And that finally, civil society organizations should build the capacity of government information officers and journalists to counter misinformation and perform conflict-sensitive journalism. That cannot be overstated because it's important. Then that the Lagos State government should increase funding for preventing and reporting gender-based violence. This is based on the issue that emanated earlier. The international community should encourage the domestication of Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act. And this is the UN Resolution 1325. Action plans in Lagos should be domesticated. That would protect women, that would protect children. Lagos State government should launch public sensitization campaigns on drugs and establish rehabilitation program centers. So that also needs to be kept on track. And public security agencies should explore community policing models, promote community peace talks, and repair the trust with the populace, because security have lost, there is a breach of trust between the communities and the security agencies in Lagos State, and there is need for them to reclaim that trust, and that is why there is need for that community policing model, and then trying to have more and more engagements with the communities. And the UN Resolution 2250 And UN resolution and on the youth peace and security should really be taken seriously, so that the youth would channel their energies positively in terms of addressing the violence that and the challenges that we are facing within the country. And then the international community should provide funding and support for government at all levels to develop the urban centers, including public-private partnerships. So these are the recommendations that came up in Lagos State. And then I'll just run through the FCT in less than 3 minutes, and then we will wrap up. In the FCT, most of the findings are also the same with what we discovered in the 3 states. There is issue of large-scale migration from rural to urban areas, and that has contributed to high unemployment rate and kept communities in poverty. We have criminality thriving in overcrowded communities where there is insufficient law enforcement and government services to serve the needs of the large population. This was given cases of the suburbs that are attached to urban settlements in Abuja, and the danger it posed to the communities. And then urban violence is also psychological and not just physical. There is no feeling of safety in urban areas where people are robbed, even in broad daylight. This has spoken to the psychosocial issues that is aligned to issues of insecurity within the urban centers. Then youth have been particularly affected by broken conditions in urban centers, widespread corruption, high unemployment, and outdated educational system. And this, of course, just like in other states, I don't need to re-emphasize that. Poor urban planning has contributed to criminality and the growth of slums. So, and of course, you would agree with me that in Abuja, issues around resettlements, demolitions, and all that have also increased hardship to people. And of course, issues around corruption have also filtered into such. So that has created a lot of hardship for people. And political leaders can embezzle funds with impunity, so they are not accountable to the people who elected them. This have been mentioned in Kano and has been mentioned in Lagos. So women are more likely to experience armed violence, kidnapping, or be victims of one-chance operators in urban areas. The prevalence of gender-based violence and social stigma against survivors of GBV increases women's vulnerability. And this is true because these nefarious actors really take advantage of largely women, and they dispossess them of their belonging and sometimes kidnap them, and in the case of kidnaps, they rape them, and sometimes even some of them lose their lives. And then the growth of online businesses are providing new economic opportunities, but those opportunities are lost when increasing restrictions on social media make it harder for entrepreneurs to market themselves. This was a unique one that we can actually relate with the ban of Twitter in Nigeria, where people are able to, are really cut short of their livelihoods. A lot of people, a lot of youths are into online marketing, and they use Twitter as their platform to really sell their products. And some of them who are into small businesses do mobile marketing, where they are able to really sell their products online and deliver them as such. But because of the discomfort around or what we can call the feud between the government and Twitter, most of these youths have been dispossessed of their livelihoods as a result of that. So many ethnic and religious groups live and work in homogeneous communities where there are few opportunities for intercommunal connections. And so you see, staying in secluded or homogeneous communities have its own attendant challenges because people are unable to mix and they are unable to learn cultures of each other. There is no reintegrated communities, and that on its own is also a security threat in Abuja. So the Nigerian educational system should prioritize skill building and career counseling to prepare youth to pursue viable pathways to employment. And that is to dissuade people from just sitting down in classes and ensuring that they graduate with the hope of just getting a white-collar job. That we should be entrepreneurial in terms of our models, so that at the end of an educational cycle, students should be able to utilize whatever they've learned within the university to launch themselves in terms of employment and not necessarily waiting for white-collar jobs. And then peace-building skills and respect for ethnic and religious diversity should be incorporated into public education curriculum. And this was to reiterate the need for peace building in all clusters of our society. So the private sector should avoid commercialization of residential areas and should be held accountable for completion of urban spaces so that abandoned structures can no longer become hotspots for criminal activities. That is because of the problems associated with criminals launching themselves from abandoned houses and structures. Government agencies responsible for security and development of urban areas should strengthen interagency collaboration so that solutions occur through collective action rather than isolated and repeated efforts. This had been mentioned in Lagos and other states, and the recommendations that came up from Abuja was for federal and state government to strengthen the capacity of the security and justice sector to implement and enforce laws on GBV and strengthen early warning and early response systems and neighborhood watches, and also to secure rural places to reduce the unsustainable levels of rural-urban migration. So this cannot be overemphasized. Issues of early warning structures were also mentioned. Issues of strengthening policies and all that were mentioned in the previous states. Then communities that have been displaced from their original homes by urban development should be properly resettled and compensated by the authorities to reduce joblessness and the likelihood of criminal activities. Like we have said, issues of demolition have also exacerbated the sufferings of people, so that people should be compensated instead of their homes just being demolished, because that really puts them under undue hardship. And then recruitment processes for public offices and other workplaces should be made more transparent to prevent gender discrimination and harassment. This is because issues came up around people, women particularly, being exploited and being manipulated by employers so that they can be given employment. Some of them have to sleep with them. Some of them have to compromise their moral standards and values before they get the jobs that they are doing. Sometimes they are even deceived, and when they compromise, at the end of the day, they do not eventually even get those jobs. So this is the findings and the recommendations that came out from the processes in the 4 states that we have visited, that we all have their members here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chrysanthus. Thank you for giving us an overview of the 4 engagements in the different states, beg your pardon. So I just want to crave our indulgence. I know that it's time for us to go for tea break, but we have our country director here, and he would just like to quickly give us his welcome address. So if you don't mind, I would like to call upon Search for Common Ground's country director for Nigeria, Mr. Alisha Nawaz.
Thank you. I stand by the already established protocols. If I said I would quickly give a welcome remark, I don't promise that. I think for me it's an honor and privilege to be with all of you today, and I'll tell you why. I had many other engagements, not to brag about being a busy person, but just that, you know, everyone has a job. But when I was told that we would have a crowd coming in from Port Harcourt, Lagos, Kaduna, and Abuja, I didn't want to miss that. And not to forget the online crowd that we would be having and who's watching us today, right? So it's such a diverse group that we are speaking to today. And why was it important for me is because I did not want to miss the vibe. The vibe that is in this room come from all the four corners of Nigeria. And Nigeria is very close to my heart. And I have lived in 6 countries, mostly more than a year, but Nigeria is the first one, apart from my country of origin, where I have lived for more than 4 years. And the reason for that now is, you know, I have a baby who was born here and who has done the crawling in Nigerian soil, and, you know, she loves Nigerian music and Nigerian food, and I think Nigeria is going to stay in our life for a long time because of her. But more than that, I don't want to give an NGO speech today. I think I'm in a mood to have an interactive discussion with all of you today, right? But before I do that, I would tell you something about Search for Common Ground, right? Search for Common Ground is the world's largest dedicated peace-building organization. We operate in 26 countries and, as we like to say, 13 conflict geographies. When I say conflict geography, it is that sometimes the boundaries of the conflict are not the boundaries of the country. So where we sit right now is a part of the greater Lake Chad Basin conflict geography for us, which includes Cameroon, Niger, Nigeria, and Chad. Now, Search for Common Ground has been operating in Nigeria since 2004. As we speak, we are operating in Northeast. We are doing reintegration of ex-combatants there. We are working on preventing violent extremism. In the North Central, and as we like to call it, the Middle Belt, we are working with the communities there to deal with the farmers-herders conflict, or I would like to call it resource-based conflict on natural resources. And we are also doing some religious engagement work in the Middle Belt of Nigeria. We are dealing with the rural insecurity in the northwest Nigeria, dealing with the effects of conflict on women and children in Sokoto, Zamfara, and Katsina. Along with that, we have worked in the Niger Delta region. We work with improvement of industrial and local relations there, and in the government and local relations there. We work on the elections-related conflicts that are very obvious in this country. And more recently, we were dealing with the effects of COVID in relation to increasing insecurity. So we do all this work in Nigeria, and as I said, we are the largest peace-building organization, but as a peace builder, we like to transform the way the world deals with conflict. Our founder thinks that conflict is inevitable. It is a symbol of human diversity. It would always be there. We cannot change that, but what we can change is that the conflict should not become violent. And that's when they say the way we can change the way, transform the way the world deals with conflict. And in order to do so, we not only have to do practice leadership, we have to do thought leadership as well. And there are certain partners, like the Carnegie Foundation, who help us in doing that thought leadership. What is thought leadership? I would just give you a bit of that. Before you try to resolve a conflict or transform a conflict as a peace builder, you need to know what the drivers of the conflict are, what are the various connectors and dividers in that given conflict. We call it conflict analysis, right? So when we do the conflict analysis, we have various options. You know, we can go and search the data online and come up, or speak to some people and not speak to other, and come about with a very biased opinion about what is actually causing the conflict. But then there is another way, and we call what we believe as a major part of our toolbox as a peace builder. You know, toolbox, we carry a toolbox when we do peace building, and the first tool that we bring out is dialogue. We believe that if we bring in people in a room and ask them to talk to each other in a civilized manner, we teach them how to actively listen while they can actively speak as well, and we think they can reach a conclusion, they can reach a solution. This is different from the prescriptive approach where a wise guy comes in and tells you, oh, you have an urban violence issue, you know, that is the solution A, B, C, D. We don't do that. What we do, we bring the most relevant people, make them sit in a room, give them an enabling environment, and ask them to stimulate their thoughts and have a dialogue with each other rather than having a dialogue with us, and tell us what they think are the causes of the conflict and what are the possible solutions. So that is the first tool out of our toolbox when we do conflict analysis before we try to transform that conflict. So that's why we did, we are here gathered together and doing that dialogue, right? And we did similar dialogues in Port Harcourt, Lagos, and Kaduna, and Abuja as well, right? Kano, yeah, as well. And we are equally planning to do one in Jos very soon, hopefully. That is an afterthought, but it comes after what we recently witnessed, the unfortunate events. I think there is a room to do another dialogue of the relevant stakeholders. Now, the second tool that we do is advocacy. As a peace builder, you know, we cannot solve all the problem ourselves. There is a very functional government in Nigeria, and there are other governments around the world, international community, who are the friends of Nigeria, and we have to talk to those governments. We have a few ways to do that. We can go and, you know, be doing advocacy which is tilted to one school of thought or the other school of thought, while there is an alternate, and that alternate is called grassroots-driven advocacy, right? I don't know what the opposite to that would be, but the other would be a very elitist kind of advocacy, right? But what I say, a grassroots-driven advocacy is rather than, you know, making a person who has lived all his life in somewhere outside Nigeria or in Abuja only and asking him to talk about the problems the slums in Lagos are facing. That would not be grassroots-driven advocacy, and that would not be effective as well, right? So what we do, we bring the actual people who interact with that conflict on a daily basis to come and inform the Nigerian government and the international governments about what are the problems that are faced. You know, when you are doing an advocacy, they tell us in the school there are 3 steps, 3 obstacles before you achieve an advocacy objective. The first obstacle is the people obstacle. The second obstacle is the process obstacle. And the third obstacle is the problem obstacle. Sometimes people just don't reach the problem. They are stuck in the people obstacle and the process obstacle. So when you do grassroots-based advocacy, you can deal with the people obstacle and the process obstacle in advocacy very easily and directly face the problem head on. I wish I had more time to do this academic discussion with you, but I hope I have communicated my point. And the third point is, you know, when we were choosing what topics that Carnegie would support us in conflict analysis in Nigeria, we thought about a range of problems like tin mining in North Central, and I'm just giving an example, but many other problems. But then we had to choose the most consequential problem to deal with to do a collective conflict analysis with you. And it was unanimously agreed that urban violence is the most potentially the most consequential conflict that Nigeria faces at the moment. It might not look very big as in comparison to what's happening in, let's say, northeast Nigeria at the moment, but potentially, the term here is potentially, it is one of the most consequential conflict, and which needs a grassroots advocacy and a dialogue between the relevant actors so that we effectively know what are the causes and we can reach out a solution. Now, I'll leave you with that. I know my colleague Chrysanthus just explained what was the outcome and the discussion points in various of those earlier meetings that were happening in the relevant urban centers, as I would like to call them. But if I summarize what is my takeaway, and you all can have your own takeaway, right? I'm not imposing my own. We are actually here to learn from you rather than to teach anything, because we can't, right? So for me, the first term that came out was youth and women. Did it come out for most of you as well? Like every 3 lines, and then we were talking about youth, right? I think youth is an opportunity. While I sometimes think when we talk about the youth-led conflict transformation, we sometimes step into that ageist mindset which disregards the role of some people who are a bit aged can play as well. But I kind of summarize it like this. If we all were going to live in this room for next, let's say, 20 days, just giving you an example, we would need to work with each other to learn how to live in convenience or live in peace with each other. So there can be 2 types of people in this room. Those who have lived or have been in this room longer, like let's say who have spent like the past 20 days already. You can't disregard their experience. They know if this ceiling leaks when it rains, or they know every other problem as well. But then there is another group who know that they would be living not 20 but another 60 days. So you can trust their motives. If I am going out of this room in next 10 minutes, I don't care if we all learn how to live in peace with each other. But if I know that I'll be here 60 days more than anyone else, I'll be the most interested in solving the problem and learning how to live in harmony with others. So that's what the option or the opportunity that working with youth gives us. There is a term called gerontocracy. I'm a bit of a words geek, so I would like to give you that. Do you know what gerontocracy is? Anyone? I told you, Alwell. Is that you? Okay. Okay. It's the government by the old, right? So sometimes, you know, some of the economies and some of the democracies transform it into gerontocracies, right? And that's not beneficial, right? It should be a proportionate leadership. I'm not saying, oh, you know, some of these guys, everyone beyond 45 years should be thrown out of the office. I'm not that extremist as well, right? I just think there should be a good proportion of all ages and all brackets of ages in the leadership. But I think the leadership of youth is something which we have never had in this country, right? And if we had never had something in this country, and that gives us an opportunity, maybe that is the missing link. And if we bring the youth into the driving seat, there is the possibility that the problems which remained unsolved for so long can be solved, right? Then comes in the women leadership. I just don't want to miss out on that. I'm sorry, but I didn't see that coming in very strongly out of the communiques. It's a feedback, it's just an observation, right? In search or in other organization, people would say, oh, we really want to be gender sensitive. No, In Search, we don't say that. We don't want to be gender sensitive. We want to be gender transformative. And what does that mean is the roles and duties conventionally stereotyped for women. You know, they can be nurses, they can be, you know, they can be teachers. You know, we have given them those roles. I think if we flip that around and give them some leadership role and peace building role, I think they can do better. Because you can't prove me wrong, because they have not enjoyed that leadership role up until now. So let's give them a chance, right? So for me, women leadership, youth leadership come as a top priority. The second thing, and when I talk to an ordinary Nigerian, you know, and I sometimes say, jokingly, Nigerians are sometimes very overcritical of their country. Believe me, right? I have lived in South Sudan, which is a country which was just formed in 2011, right? Before that, I had a lot of complaints against my country. I'm from Pakistan, by the way. But when I saw South Sudan, nothing to take away from that infant country, I realized what is the value of having a stable and established democracy for so long. Nigeria is the second biggest economy and the second biggest, or the biggest democracy in the whole of Africa. But sometimes I think we are, and I say we, but Nigerians are unfair in being critical, and that's okay. I like that we are setting the bar very high for Nigeria, but also when we criticize the government, we should rather not go into a critic mode, but look into how we can collaborate with the government. No government in the world, even the ones you think are doing very well, they can't do it alone without the collaboration of their citizens. We should not create an external other of the government. We should think about government. Who is government? Government are you people. I'm sure there is, you know, there's no colonial government from somewhere else. Everyone in the government are part of the Nigerian community, Nigerian population. So I'm sure you can work together to develop a collaborative model. Like Search for Common Ground develops a community-based security architecture. We'll make the police sit on one side of the table and the government sit, or the community sit on the other side of the table, and they discuss the problems and they reach common solutions. They see how they can help each other, because alone neither can do it, right? So collaborative approach with the government. I'm giving you that as a food for thought for later discussion. And lastly, technology and networking. You know, when there is a conflict, the solution is inside. Urban violence, what is urban violence? It is a problem caused by congestion of people living in a close proximity, right? The opposite to that would be rural violence, and we deal with rural violence. The problem is that one house is here and the other house is like 10 miles away, right? There is no internet, nothing in those settings. We cannot coin those solutions which we can coin in an urban settings. Work on that commonality, work on that opportunity, right? So technology and the close proximity is an opportunity. You know, be glad that you and the government in your country are on the same side. There are other countries where people come together to, you know, make their government understand them, right? And they use technology to good effect. I think in here, you guys can use technology very constructively for what? To network. I think the biggest opportunity that technology provides today is networking. There can be, you know, we end this meeting, have a nice talk, and just like I tried, and we can go home. But then there can be a Facebook group made. I'm just giving an example. I'm not suggesting, right? You guys can suggest. Or another WhatsApp group where people from Lagos can talk to the people in Port Harcourt or people in Abuja. How are you doing? How are you dealing with some of your conflict? I'll end with that. I recently came from Cameroon, where there was this Lake Chad Basin Governors Forum. You know, that happens. There is a meeting which happens. And on the sides, we were discussing jokingly that, you know, While the good guys are having this LCB Governors Forum meeting, I'm sure the bad guys are also having their LCB meeting. And sometimes the bad guys are more stronger in networking with each other. You know, they gain expertise from, you know, somewhere in Syria, and somewhere all coming together thinking about how to, you know, make the lives miserable for people. But we, the forces of good, we don't talk to each other. And there is a saying that if the forces of good can be half as organized as the forces of evil, there would be no evil, right? So what I'm trying to say is, please, the outcome I look from this meeting is not a very fancy communique. I'm sure it will come out. There is so much knowledge in this room. But what I really want to come out of this meeting today is the networking and the life-lasting friendships that would come out of this meeting. Please try your best, and I wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Country Director. On a lighter note, I'm a youth as well as a woman, so I think we have the right balance. We would just rightly go into the session where we're taking a group photograph, and I would call on Isaiah and Joy to please help us. I reckon we're going to be having the group photograph here, and right after the group photograph, we have our tea break already set, and we'll be reconvening by 11:35. Thank you. Going to be going straight into the panel discussions. I believe that we have all eaten and we're ready to go into more of the technical part of today's event. So we're going to be having 2 panel discussions, like I said earlier on, but we'll be starting with the panel discussion on unemployment, underemployment, and industrial violence. We have 4 seats here, 3 of which would be for the panelists, 1 would be for the moderator. So I'd like to call upon the 4 panel members, and I would call upon Dr. Steve Wadu to please take one of the seats in front here, Mrs. Egondu Esinwoke Ogbalo. Can we have Mr. Alimi Salifu? And finally, Dr. Mohammed Mustafa Yahaya from DAG. On our microphones just right next to our table, there's a button that has talk written on it. So when we are speaking, we can please hit that button, and when we're not, we can please switch it off. Without further ado, I'll hand over to our able moderator, Mrs. Egondu. Thank you.
Still morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm just going to stand on the existing protocol. Has it been established? However, let me stand on existing protocol. And I would like to, before I start, I would like the panelists to introduce themselves. Just tell us your name and organization and just your name. Just make it very brief.
My name is Dr. Steve Wadu, Department of Sociology, University of Port Harcourt.
Alimi Salifu from the Nigeria Youth for Peace Initiative. I represent the Lagos State chapter. Thank you.
I'm the Deputy Director of the Revolution and Development Initiative, based in Kano, and a member of Society for Peace, Study and Strategy.
Thank you very much. We are here, actually, we are looking at unemployment, underemployment, and industrial violence. And this is not in a vacuum, it's under a context. Like we can see, the discussion is on national convening of urban violence stakeholders in emerging cities in Nigeria. It's under this context we are discussing unemployment, underemployment, and industrial violence. With an estimated population, let me just give a background before we start off, and also to be able to situate our discussion. With an estimated population of over 200 million, an average annual population growth of 2.98%, unemployment has become a huge challenge. I actually wrote economic challenge, but it's more than economic challenge, it's an octopus, because it has its hand in every challenge, every issue in the country. Recent figure released by NBS stated the computed national unemployment rate rose from 27.1% in the first quarter of 2020 to 33.3% in the fourth quarter, while underemployment rate decreased from 28.6% to 22.8%. Meanwhile, a combination of these two, that's unemployment and employment rate, for that gave us a figure of 56.1%. It means that 33.3% of national labor force, pointing to 23,187,389 persons, are either don't have anything to do in the country, or they work less than 20 hours per week. At this point also, I would like us to also establish the meaning, because it's a context. We are situating unemployment, underemployment into a context. So I would like to also kind of give you a bit of definition, so that we can work around that. A person is regarded as employed if he or she is engaged in production of goods and services. Such a person contributes to GDP in a legitimate, I want us to put that legitimate way, and as such, receive a form of compensation for the contribution he or she makes. Also, I like to take this definition because it cuts across. Though countries have their own definition specific, but when you look at it, the universal definition that cuts across each country's definition of unemployment is ILO, that's International Labour Organization definition, and it states that unemployed person is someone aged between 15 to 64, available for work, actively seeking for work, but unable to find work. So unemployment is calculated on percentage unemployed person in a labor force market, not just unemployed in the country. So the percentage has to be people that are actively seeking for and falls under this category in a country. Underemployment, unfortunately, from the presentation that was given to us, nobody actually mentioned underemployment, Prof, maybe you talk a bit about that, but let me just finish. Everyone was talking about unemployment rather than underemployment, but underemployment is another issue, critical issue that is also related to unemployment, issues of unemployment. And the definition I have here about underemployment occurs when a person works less than full time of 40 hours and that's 40 hours a week, but work at least 20 hours or in average of a week. So you don't work your full capacity. It also means that the person is underutilized with his time, skill, and qualification. Now qualification, I don't want to limit it also to educational qualification because it's more than that, So when you have such a person, that person is underemployed. So we look at labor market stratification as well as deindustrialization between work and violence. The country, was it the country director or the program manager was talking about industrial harmony. He was using that word. In short, he never used industrial violence. I picked it out. He used industrial harmony, industrial disharmony in his presentation. But of course, it has to do with that. That is the context we are talking about. I also want us to look at, because when we are talking about industrial violence, the country director also says something I picked out. He said that violence, the boundaries of the country doesn't limit violence. It's not, you can't say it's within this boundary, so it's unlimited. So if we talk about industrial violence, I don't want us to limit it. For us to make a good discussion out of this, let's not limit it to the workplace violence because it's more than that. It affects the community. So let's go beyond the workplace violence when we look at the industrial violence in our discussion and move beyond the workplace into our communities as it relates to unemployment, underemployment. So having said this, in other words, we would like to look at the meaningful engagement and the policy decision possible. But before we get to that, I would like you, Doc, to talk about youth and unemployment.
Thank you for your clarifications and definitions, and I accept them because they are standard coming from ILO and other international organizations. But the point to make is to establish a point of common ground between unemployment and underemployment.
That's right.
And both situations create what I would call massive frustration. And that massive frustration is as a result of people being deprived from earning a living. Because in underemployment, the issue is that the person is underutilized, underpaid, and you can know that when there is such deprivation, there's bound to be frustration and frustration will lead to anger and violence. So it's to establish the context is to say that when people are unemployed, means that they are willing to work, ably, well-educated, skillful, seeking to work, ready to work, but unable to get employment. And that can also be very, very frustrating. Then the other side is the underemployment, which I also said is frustrating. So the point is that both unemployment and underemployment within any context, within any unit of analysis, even at global level, continental level, national level, city level, and so on, will definitely lead to violence. Violence in the sense in which those who are aggrieved, those who are frustrated, those who are deprived of livelihood will definitely react to society in terms of trying to survive. And when lawful means of obtaining a living are blocked, people can become deviant in order to obtain a living. So that breeds urban violence. We must also understand the context of the urban or city situation. The city situation is already one of the things that have already been predicted in several studies, that a large majority, more than 50% of the world's population will be living in cities. And most of these cities are emerging cities in Africa which are already slum-littered. Most cities in Africa are slum-littered. And if we go down to cities, you begin to look at spots, hotspots in the city where violence is likely to happen. Let me give you an example. Yesterday, I was called from here to give an online discussion in Port Harcourt. There's a place in Port Harcourt called Slaughter Market, and it's a very massive slum. 2 years ago, the governor demolished a mosque in that market, thinking that it is religious violence, that is religious conflict that occurs there. But within the past 3 days in Port Harcourt, that place has turned to a den of robbers. Nobody passes there without fearing that either you lose your head or you lose your pocket. Somehow, something terrible will happen.
I would actually like to cut you short. I want Salufu. Dr. Salufu? Yeah. I want you to start start from where he stopped. But with this, can investments in employment deter youth in violence, that's industrial violence? Do you think investment in employment can, just from where he was making a reference to a particular situation. So take it up from there and start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this issue is interrelated. When you look at the situation in Lagos State, underemployment is putting young men outside the household. Why? Because parents cannot afford a decent accommodation for their children. They have to roam around the street or stay with friends. And who knows the kind of influence or people they are interacting with. So if there is an investment in employment or people are gainfully employed in urban settings, the issue of urban violence will critically reduce. Thank you.
Okay. Also, will unemployed individuals participate in crime? Still you? Yes, so that you can elaborate more on that.
Yes, if you ask the question, as the saying goes, an idle hand is the devil's workshop. So we have the palpable example in Lagos State where most of the youths, they have nothing to do. You just see them taxing people illegally. For instance, if you want to bring trucks of sand for your construction in your area, probably rural area, you will see them, stopping the truck driver. And I think it's even causing inflation in Lagos because container to move from maybe Tinkan Island to Mile 2, do you know how much they are being charged illegally? From one runabout to another before they reach their destination.
You said illegally, so it's not even like they are contributing to GDP, those things that they get, because it's an illegitimate business.
Yes.
So,
and surprisingly, police officers are involved. If we have traffic jam in Apapa area, it's because of them. You know, before a truck can move out from that or enter the port, they have to be charged 200,000, 300,000. At the end of the day, they may not have access to entering to the port. So it makes the situation worse in Lagos State. And everybody, either institutional officers or citizens, they are engaged in this illegal taxing of, you know, law-abiding citizens.
Coming to you, Dr. Yahaya. Yes. You know, government has also, I mean, when you talk about, sorry, I keep forgetting to press. Yeah. Sorry. You heard me? Yeah. Okay. Looking at also what the discussion, the flow of discussion, we also know that there have been approach, you know, government has also intervened in this area, and government, you already know the government approach. Can we talk about government approach towards addressing unemployment in Nigeria? What are the approach that government has taken? And in looking at the approach, I also want you to look at, has it made meaningful impacts?
Thank you very much. Before I start, let me make a quotation from the former UN Secretary General Bitrus Gali, where he said, you can use peace to achieve development, or you can use development to achieve peace. Those are interwoven. I mean, if you look at some of the government policies and programs, like, for instance, now, during Buhari regime, they have a lot of policies and programs that addresses issues to do with unemployment, trader money, market money, farmer money, you know. But I can, if I can quote the former, I mean the minister, this the minister for humanitarian, she said last year they spent over almost 500 billion naira to citizens in order to reduce poverty. But the question is this program or policy reaching down to people? I mean, farmer, I have filled several forms, I have filled several reasons, but up to now I'm yet to receive any. And I've followed all the due process. You know, the question is that, is it reaching to the target people? IDP is reaching to the target people, it will alleviate poverty. And government cannot give employment to everybody, but they can create a enabling environment where people can self-rely, they can depend on themselves, they can be self-employed, even employed people. And these are the areas we always advocate to government. You know, create enabling environment, bring policies that will help people to depend, particularly issues to do with small-scale industries. There's a lot of trades people can defend. I was in US. I was so surprised to see in some of their supermarket pack of gari, you know, exporting. I was so impressed. I was surprised. I think gari is from Nigeria because the Africa were the people who are using that gari. So the government cannot give employment, but they can create enabling environment. First. Secondly, the increasing incidence of strike implies that the very fabric of Nigerian economy is being threatened. Every day, every sector is in strike, and it's not helping matter. It's not helping matter. And the increased level of insecurity is causing a lot of unemployment. For instance, Nigeria is an agrarian state, particularly the northern part of Nigeria, were agrarian state. But now, many states in the north cannot go to farm because of issue of budgetary and insecurity. And that is increasing the level of poverty, throwing people out of job, and even supply of raw material to industries. Let me give you an example. Last year, I'm a farmer. Last year, a bag of corn is not more than 12,000. Now you need to buy it at the rate of about 23,000. You know, like what other raw material, take wheat, for instance, you know, and other raw materials. Now most of our industries cannot produce, so they are forced to retrench. They are forced to push some of their stuff into the labor market, and it's affecting the economy. So the government should depend, and the government close the border. And my worry about the issue of closing the border, before closing the border, government should have put some measures on the ground so that how do they alleviate, like our industries that are importing some of their raw materials, you know, what kind of cushioning effort will the government put in place before closing the border? But all of a sudden they close the border. Do you know how many companies have, how many companies have suffered? How many of our businessmen have lost billions of naira? They imported goods to the country without noticing the border has been closed. Some of these goods are perishables, you know, in the border. So government can, as I keep saying, government cannot give employment to everybody, but government can create an environment through various policies. And I want the government to review and to revisit most of these policies. Take this issue of central bank, 100 million they want to give to some companies. You know, it's a good policy, but the implementation matters. And my one point I want to raise here is there's a need to have a monitoring tools where citizens will be involved, civil society, media, labor representatives, to monitor some of these policies to the government. When the minister says they gave out 500 billion, look, 500 billion is not 500 million out. You know, who monitors what? What's the statistical data? How do you attest to that? You know, it's not just to come and tell us. Print out the names of beneficiaries, word by word, local government by local government. We are grassroots people, can follow it from there. But when you don't have data, there's no list of people, list of beneficiaries. How do you try to interrogate this statement? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor. You want to add something? Okay.
To what Doctor has said, I think what the federal government is doing is like, okay, you have too many cooks. And you know, when there are too many cooks, I don't want to say the soup is usually too salty. So now, let's look at the different policies that are on ground, like the National Employment Policy, the Economic Recovery Growth Plan, which is actually what the doctor was mentioning, to create an enabling environment. But do we have an enabling environment for business in Nigeria? That's the question. And we also have the National Social Protection Policy. What are we doing? Are we socially insecure in Nigeria? Another question that we need to answer. And also, we have what we call the Nigerian Youth Investment Fund. There are so many policies put in place, and recently we have what we call the Nigerian Youth Employment Action Plan, which just came up in this August 2021, but we wonder who is coordinating these different programs. And these add to the current problem that we are having in our urban area as well as in, you know, rural settings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. One of the challenges, let me just summarize, because it's also something, a key point I also want us to look at and search for common ground to also hold, and for us, you know, to look at it, is enabling environments. The two of them actually pointed out to that. Dr. Wadru, you also agree to that?
Well, what government does and what government will do all depends on whether there's continuity and whether it is also sustainable. So sustainability and continuity of government programs and policies is what matters. It matters much than what is written or what is said. A government can have as many programs as possible, especially when they are churned out without proper evaluation, without proper implementation plan. Then you begin to ask what is the effect, or what are the effects of these government policies and programs. For me, there is no continuity, because you know in Nigeria, every government turns to another program. and so they are also not sustainable. And I will rather suggest that there should be a paradigm shift in conceptualizing and even in implementing government programs. For instance, all these programs on employment and job creation should be subjected to evaluation, monitoring and evaluation, and also look at it from the point of view that we need to shift from the usual job creation and empowerment that does not last more than one regime. So, and that is dangerous because it complicates the pattern of investment, the pattern of people's response to what government has been doing. It therefore means that at every time the government ends, that program ends, and that is not good for any country. And that will complicate even the issues of violence that emanates from people or emanate from government programs not going round. He just said that these things are not deepened down to the target population. We know that government programs on employment is hijacked. Whatever government is doing in terms of empowerment is also hijacked either by party sentiments or by ethnic bias of those who are implementing it. A lot of ordinary persons cannot, if you don't have political connection, if you are not a member of a party or you don't belong. In Rivers State, we use this concept, if you don't belong, you don't get. And since a lot of us and a lot of ordinary people don't belong, they don't also get. That is the point in terms of deepening the programs and projects to touch the target population.
Just said is actually what is happening on the ground. For instance, the National Social Safety Net program is going on in Nigeria. And how many people at the grassroots are getting the benefit? I can remember in my community, they came from Lagos State and federal government to take data from people. And I don't know, suppose that they will be giving people 10,000. How much is 10,000? And it's not even consistent. So these are the situation in which we find ourselves with both federal government projects and state government projects.
Thank you very much. We have to be strict with time. I've just reminded we have 15 minutes more, and I don't think we've actually done very well on that timing. But before then, something Dr. Yahayat said came out really strong, and I want us also to reflect on that, is striking. Striking reduces the work hours, thereby creating, I restructured it like this, but I think it came out very well. Striking reduces the work hour, thereby creating underemployment. So it goes back to, what Dr. Wadu said, that's underemployment and causes. So if there are frustrations, striking causes underemployment because it reduces the number of hours that we put into our work. That means it causes frustration, and we can relate it to industrial violence we are talking about. And I know that we have already started giving contributions on bearing our minds on addressing the unemployment, the policy issues, and all that. Recommendations on, because if you flip to that, you said something about collaboration. I picked out there's lack of collaboration, and from what the country director of Search for Common Ground said this morning during his opening remark, he made mention of collaborative efforts, how to collaborate and all that. So we can also look at that as one of the challenges that we are having, and also how it affects underemployment, unemployment, in the face of numerous policies that are being put together by the government, to tackle underemployment and unemployment. Can we look at that? You talked about it, but I want you to go beyond the issues or the challenges, and also look at the recommendation. What will you recommend that the government start doing on that?
Most times it's difficult to think of government actions when even the state appears to have failed. It will be difficult to begin to envisage what government can do. After all, the foundation appears to be very collapsing. If it is so, recommending what government should do will go even beyond what we conceive as the right approach to doing things. Because where are you going to lay the foundation? Where are you going to stand your ground or stand on facts to say that if we do this, if we collaborate in this way, if we invite foreign direct investments, if we revive collapsed industries, if we reinvest, that things will change. Things will only change when government is stable. Things will change when governance is open and transparent. Things will change when the entire political system has enabling policy framework for things to work. I find it difficult to even begin to suggest on what should be done, but nevertheless, the following things can be done. Allowing civil society and academia, media to, I always see a gap between academics and governance because there's no contact, no connection. Hardly will people in the academia, researchers, make findings and put it to the government and it is implemented. In the presence of that kind of lacuna between research and policy, there's hardly any success that you can achieve. In terms of employment, yes, you can begin to think about how does government divest, how government restructure its budget, restructure its finances, and you begin to see it in Nigeria in terms of disparity in the allocation of resources. This country is operating on what we call 20/80, where 20% of the population are struggling for 80% of, where 20% of the population are enjoying 80% of resources and 80% of the population are struggling for the meager 20%. And that is absurd. And that makes it difficult for us to begin to think about collaboration. Who do you collaborate with? Are foreign investors ready to come to the country? What is the country doing to woo it? Internally too, the lack of infrastructure, the collapse of infrastructures, electricity is not there, water is not there, road network. It is not just strike that frustrates employment, but even movement, transportation, commutation in the city. Before you get from one point of the city to your workplace, hours have gone. That means also that underemployment is caused by such crisis in infrastructure, and it makes it difficult to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Doctor?
Thank you very much. You see, some of these policies of government should be work with. And citizens need to be involved. That's what I kept saying. Citizens need to be involved so that they can do citizen oversight on the program of policies of the government. Then, you see, the government kept saying they don't have money, they kept borrowing. Why don't they reduce the cost of governance? Reduce the cost of governance. Look at the budget. Look at the budget of the National Assembly alone. How many people are in the National Assembly? Less than 1% of the population. You know, reduce the cost of governance. Channel into this poor program. The other issue I want to say is the prevailing socio-economic condition in Nigeria. Government should do something. Only the program of Mohammed Bahar is a very, very good program. If fully and well implemented. It should not be left at the hand of the civil servant and the government official. Let citizens be involved to monitor what, and let's have committees at all levels, at state level, at local government level, at world level, in order to make sure that these programs are fully implemented. Then, the absence of population control. If you look at the rapid increase in the population in this country, is alarming. And the government don't have projection that in the next 10 years, we're expecting the population will grow from so percent to so that you can prepare, you can plan. But when you are not planned, you are planned to fail. No matter the kind of program or policy you bring, you do not learn because you don't have the projection. You don't have the projection, you don't know the planning you in about so this is very, very important. One of my then the excessive supply of unskilled labor. Look at the number of children that came out from school, our youth. Look at the number of dropouts. What plans do our government, when I say government, I mean both federal, state, and local government, all of them, they need to plan for this unskilled labor. You know, this dropout, all of the out of school youth, those who are not privileged to go to the school, what plan do we have for them? Because if you don't plan for these young people, either we have plan for them to recruit them and take them into violence. The second to the last thing is we need to have migration control. This movement from rural to urban, from neighboring state where we're having crisis, like in Kano, you know, the neighboring state of Zamfara, Katsina, and rescue influx into Kano. And we didn't plan for that. Our infrastructure were overstretched, you know. And the last one is insecurity. No matter how we want to address the issue of employment and underemployment, insecurity must be addressed because it's affecting how many companies have closed, how many labors are being tampered because of insecurity. And this is very, very important. I think the government needs to intensify their effort on security. When I saw what is happening in Anambra, 33,000 policemen deployed, so many helicopters deployed, army deployed 600 this thing, civil defense deployed so 1,000. Why don't you deploy this to Zamfara and other crisis looming states so that we can finish this so that employment and the farming and other things can cover? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope the rapporteur is taking note of this because a lot has come out of this discussion. And we have proper citizen-driven policy, you know, at the forefront of it. We also have collaborative engagement, you know. So if we are collaboratively engaged, civil society, government, the stakeholders, you know, and we also have excessive, those turn it around, yes, of unskilled labor. That's part of the planning, really, because if the government can plan, if there's a collaborative planning, you know, all these things will be put in place. We have like 2 minutes to go, but I'm coming back to you because the discussion is on you. You already know our discussion, the context, where we are pointing to. So can you use like 1 minute each to just make a sentence and something you want lasting for the participants, you know, something they can take home in the discussion to say this is about it for you when it has to do with unemployment, underemployment, and industrial violence. Thank you. We'll start from you, Doctor.
The issue he raised is about what we call youth bulge. Youth bulge is a problem where the highest percentage of the country's population is made up of young people. And youth bulge in Nigeria is about 25%. 25% of Nigerian population are very, very young. But the problem is compounded by another problem that is called jobless growth. Nigeria is experiencing jobless growth, where you have plenty of people coming out of school, plenty of people being trained, but no opportunities to work. And that is the fertile ground for violence. Unless this is reversed, it will continue to be.
Thank you. What we actually need to do is to make sure students are job ready as early as they are leaving JSS 3. Because you notice most of the parents can only afford that level of education. And if you look at the situation in Lagos State, you will notice that most of those young guys roaming about the street, fighting on the street, mugging or pickpocketing. They are majorly, between the age range of 15 to 24. So if these people are job ready, I think we'll be having a kind of generations that are future oriented instead of having people that are hopeless. Thank you.
The last thing I want to say is, no matter the amount of money government will channel into issue of employment and other things, if the government did not have a political will to fight corruption, we are going nowhere. Because the money will end up in other people's pocket. So government should intensify fight against corruption and prosecute anybody caught. And all the monies collected by Buhari regime from his first time to now, please let the citizens know how much was collected and what is the plan to utilize that money. Secondly, over-dependent on oil. I think the diversification of government policies, is very, very important. Let's diversify our internal IGR from oil to non-oil sector. This is very, very important. And the last one is government should enhance favorable business conditions so that the business can take off and rest. Thank you very much.
For the panelists. I would also like to give the audience just a contribution. Don't pose questions to us because we don't have time to answer that. Yeah. Okay? Yes. Sorry. Livingstone first. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for your contributions. But I want to also draw attention to ourselves because there are instances where youths that we're talking about no longer want to work because of free money, because they enjoy free money. For instance, in Rivers State, we are faced with the activities of artisanal refiners. It is polluting the environment and causing a lot of havoc. Now tell me, which kind of employment will you give to a youth that earns up to 200,000 naira each and every week? What kind of employment will you give to such a person that will make him come out and then make a decent living? So in as much as we are trying to look at what the role of government should be, the role of citizens should be, one key component which you factor in is also this mindset change, that you cannot survive by doing Yahoo business, you cannot survive by doing fire business and all of that. So we also need to factor that in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof, I'm going like this. So, Prof? Yeah, Prof?
Yes, one issue we need to advise government on is that Nigerians are not physically, the ordinary Nigerian, is not physically, mentally, and all that challenged, and we are looking up to them for pittance. No! We want to welcome government to 21st century. We want them to understand that what they see as entrepreneurship, hairdressing, making of beads, these are ways of sacralizing poverty. Intervention money to this money. No, they are simply saying, we know you are poor, we are giving you this. We want them to raise the bar and talk about innovation, and that will help our youth more than any other thing.
Thank you so much. Coming here. Ife has given it to.
Yep.
So
very fast. You see, we have been talking about enabling environment. Doc, you are talking about enabling environment. And my youthful brother there was talking about interventions from government. But this enabling environment, have you asked ourselves, what is it? Is it policy or is it action from government? Let's take one good example. Pharmaceutical companies, for example, have cried louder every day that their products are high because of electricity. Hotels, manufacturing companies, all of them are crying. And these are the people who should generate the employment and not government. But from one year to another year, our Ministry of Power keep generating 4 megahertz of power
From 1 year, we have not reached 6. We have not reached 10 for the past 30 years. And we want to develop. It cannot work if electricity is not improved in this country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we are beginning to understand what enabling environment means in this context. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that as we seek to solve the problem of underemployment and unemployment in Nigeria, we must focus on the curriculum of our schools. Okay. I think that there is a fundamental disconnect between what is taught in our schools and what the economy requires today. Until we fill that gap, there is nothing you can do to tame this monster we call unemployment and underemployment. That's number one. The second point is this. I think that the young people of today are still thinking that education is all about coming out and going to get certificates and going to go and look for a job. Can we also begin to change that mentality? Education should not just be about getting certificates and going to go and look for a job. Education should be such that by the time you are coming out, you are prepared to be on your own. This is how other countries that evolved did it. And we can't continue to be doing the wrong thing and be expecting any better result. This is my position.
Thank you. So we are looking at change in curriculum, school curriculum, and mindset change. And when we talked about this mind change, I want to link it to also what Livingstone said. So we are looking at mindset change in a different ways, not just one way. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. For me, I want to be first about it. I want to say that we are suffering from the issue of overpopulation. Why are we reproducing 10 times in a year? Why? What do we need such population for? The government should have seen this coming and put certain things on the ground. That's one. In the north, we are suffering from immigration. All our borders are porous, starting from Niger, Chad, Cameroon. They come into the country. And in the north, once somebody can speak Hausa, you cannot differentiate between the Kano man and the Katsina man. That is why they are going to Lagos. Some of those going to Lagos are not even Nigerians, but people don't know the difference. Those going to Port Harcourt are not even northerners, but people don't know the difference. The thing is, once you can speak Hausa and you wear the cap and the Baban Riga, they think you are from Kano. The typical Kano man doesn't even live Kano. He is born and bred and died in Kano. He hardly goes out. That's true. Now, the next thing, I want to say that there is nothing that has been done for women and children. In all of these policies and development, nothing is set aside for women and children. All you hear is concerning men and youth, and they are all men, they are boys. There is nothing for women and children. Please, let's factor that into whatever information we are going to put across.
We are going to, I know so many questions, so many issues are coming up, but we can't take all the issues. We'll round up with him. And please, if you have issues or something you think we should know or discuss, can you just write it down? We have another opportunity of bringing it out and discussing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to support my other colleagues. We're also in the academics, so the curriculum needs to address the problem of the society for employment to take place. Then number two, I want us to be cautious in terms of advocacy. Nigeria is not a failed state. Okay. Because if you look at the 12 top indicators of state failure, you could say Nigeria state is failing, but as long as it still has judiciary in place, executive, the police, the military, it's not a failed state. So we can still do a lot with it. So do not let us lose hope. Number three, if you look at the infrastructure issues, if you listen to the Minister for Works and Housing recently on Arise television, he did tell you that the private sector cannot come to be rail tracks for you, cannot be tarmacs for you at the airport. So government needs to provide the infrastructure, and it's from there that the private sector can build on. But again, we should not be blaming everything on government. We also need to take a look at our own selves. What are we doing? We are also part of the problem in destroying the infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very, very, very much, everyone. Can we give ourselves a round of applause? And can we go back to our seats? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our panelists. Thank you, Mrs. Egondu, for moderating our time and ensuring that we stay within context. We'll be moving, and we apologize to those of you that couldn't ask your questions. Like she rightly said, you can please put it down, and it will be addressed, or you'll be given room to speak about it in the next session and the onward sessions. I would like to call on the panelists on public safety and security, Professor Ife Nacho Martin, Dr. Pius Adejo, Dr. Miss George Lola, beg your pardon, I'm sorry about that, Detective Awalu Bala, who will be joining us online. I would hand over to Mrs. George Lola to please help us moderate this session. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I don't think I really need to do any introduction again, do I? Okay, so my name is T.A. George. I'm a research fellow at National Defense College, and I am the moderator for this session. We have with us Professor Martin Iheanacho from University of Port Harcourt, Rivers State. Welcome, sir. And Dr. Pius Adejo from University of Lagos, so representing Lagos State, and Detective Awalu Bala online. Is there a possibility of us seeing him? Is he online? Oh, okay. Well, we didn't hear you, but we hope you'll be able to work on your audio. Okay, please, Detective, please unmute yourself. We can see you, but we can't hear you. Yeah, this is part of it, technology issues. Okay, so while we work on that, we'll not waste time. I hope he'll be able to work on the audio and join us. We're talking about public safety and security. First, let me draw certain general concerns from all the 4 states from the presentation that was made. I noticed first and foremost that there's a discussion about low formal education, and then probably very low non-formal education in terms of skills acquisition. That is a general one. There's the issue of migration from rural areas into the urban centers, which is also having effect on unemployment. And I think I was rather also say, what's that word? Unemployment and underemployment, which we've just sorted out. Then we have the issue of drug abuse cutting across all the regions. Armed violence, street attacks, small arms, and proliferation of small arms and light weapons. We have them in our cities now, and of course that is what the people use in conducting their attacks. And then a suggestion that came out is strengthening the capacity of security agencies. All these, except for the strengthening of the capacity of security agencies, boils down on the youths. And then for me, it's a concern. I'm also a youth. But then I look at all this and I'm like, so if I didn't have this opportunity I have, would I also be on the streets? We have our, would I categorize you as youth too?
The social definition of a youth in Nigeria is whosoever is unemployed.
Wow, that's a nice one. Oh, youth at arts. Okay. Let me start with this. We have syndicate organized crimes. Like I said, armed violence, street attacks, syndicate organized crimes across the states. And for every question I ask, I would want answer from each and every one of you especially giving some examples from your regions or from your states where you come from. More importantly, or more recently, we have cyber security problems, cyber attacks, cyber crimes, and all that. What can you say about that, and how do you think that has come about? Prof, we'll start with you.
The advent of cybercrime. Hello, yes. All forms of criminal activities source from the structure of the Nigerian society. You have 10% of the population who are extremely rich, 80% that are extremely poor, and the 80% do not want to be identified with poverty. They are trying to escape from that category, and they are taking different routes, including cybercrime, religious fanaticism, armed robbery, ritual murdering. These are people who see the 10% who have set their lifestyles politically, the political elite, especially the political elite, and they want to keep up with the Kardashians or the Joneses. So whatever route you choose is your way of escaping from this sentencing to people on perpetual poverty. So we have different people who now move into the religious spheres in the name of fake pastors. We have people who now say cybercrime is the thing. And cybercrime pays a lot with reduced risk, because these are people who have mastered the new information technology, and they have known how to hack accounts. All of us witnessed the event during NSAS when they hacked into DSTV and opened all the channels to everybody. It took some time before DSTV could get into it and block it. Can you wonder the expertise that these boys have? Is there a way we can turn it from the negative to the positive? If we can do that, can you imagine that our prisons are holding the best brains in Nigeria? I'm a sociologist. It could be that the people we see as criminals are actually the brains that can help us develop. It's just that we have tagged them criminals. We have labeled them, and the label is working. They have accepted, and we have accepted. Cybercrime can be curtailed. But before we can do that, Nigeria must have an equitable and justifiable reward system. If our reward system is unjustifiable, if it is cruel to some people, we will continue to have cybercrime. So first of all, we need to establish what is our value system to govern the attitude of politicians. No more opulence. Then these younger ones can accept what they have to do in order to arrive. As long as it remains one Prado Jeep, one BMW Jeep, one this, one that, my house is the best in the village, it stands out like a peacock, these boys will stick to cybercrime. Because there is no way you can convince them that living your life and working diligently as a professor can get you there. It is impossible. So they will have to cut ends in order to arrive there. So cybercrime is not favorable. It doesn't encourage economic growth. But we will have to examine it with an open mind and see a way of regaining our youths that are involved there so that we can use them positively for economic development.
Prof, thank you, sir. Before I call on you, there's something Prof just said which is very interesting to me. The concept of religious crime. Of course, we all know that that happens, but now conceptualizing it, it's also a form of religious crime where we have religious leaders fake
Yes.
who are just interested in making the money. So that's a business angle.
Yes.
Business angle, business from the religious angle.
Yes.
Nice. Please, sir.
Thank you so much. I think Prof almost exhausted the point to make on this subject matter. But let me say that cybercrime, cyber criminals are a creation of the Nigerian society. A society that idolizes materialism. A society that encourages impunity, that rewards impunity, that rewards lawlessness. A society that, encourages undue opulence and display of affluence. Who are the examples of the young people? Who are they looking at? These are the ones they are looking at. To the extent that you don't punish lawbreakers, to the extent that you don't question the source of people's wealth. All these politicians, they make all their money through fraudulent means, and we worship them. We celebrate them. That is also what is becoming of cyber criminals. Today, sometimes I'll be teaching in the class and I'll ask my students, how many of you girls will date a Yahoo boy? All the girls will raise their hands. How many of you will marry Yahoo men? All of them. They don't think it's a sin. Today, there are associations of Yahoo people's parents. There are schools where Yahoo is taught. One of my students is a police officer. She came to my office one day and said to me that the son who just finished secondary school has said he is not going to go to the university, that he wants to go and learn Yahoo business. This is a police officer. She says she tried everything possible to make the young boy drop that idea, but the boy stuck to that until she had to dissociate herself from that and told him, whatever you meet in future is up to you. What we are saying is this: cyber criminality has almost become acceptable. Just as we have accepted corruption among politicians, just as we have accepted, the civil servants who enrich themselves, unlawfully. Just a couple of days ago, we were hearing that ICPC seized 301 houses from only 2 civil servants. That's the Nigeria where we are. And you cannot escape things like cybercrime in a society where these things are not punished. I think he has said most of the points, but as you ask questions, we can begin to, take them on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. I've been informed that our online participant, Detective Bala, is ready.
Okay.
Detective Bala, welcome. I don't know if you heard the question, but just in case, let me just repeat it. We're looking at syndicate organized crimes here, and though I would not want to limit it to cyber crime, cyber security, but I think that should be a major focus. But of course, you can make it open and also give us examples from Kano State. Over to you, Detective Bala.
But let me come to the issue of crimes committed in urban area. All the crimes committed around northern Nigeria, particularly Katsina, Zamfara, Sokoto, Kebbi, and Niger, Kaduna, are purely organized crime, such as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, etc., are directly has connection with poverty, unemployment, and illiteracy. Mostly started from broken home issues, such as started from domestic violence to street crimes. If you look at the issue happening, it is find out that all the above mentioned offenses are also as a result of injustice by government and the society through selective justice. If you look at the second issue, lack of human and community security through anti-kidnapping program should be side by side by security experts. If you look at most of the security officers we have, majority, 70% doesn't have human and community security. Only 30% in our security personnel have human and community security. So that if you want to address any problem or any insecurity in Nigeria, whatever, whether it's
Okay, we hope we'll be able to get him back because my next question will have. Oh, I think I'll save the next question for him because he comes from the north. But have you idea about this? We've heard about migration, at least from the previous panel. There was the issue of migration. First from outside of Nigeria into Nigeria, and then we have migration from the rural into the urban. So we have issues of customs, we have issues of immigration and border control, protection. What can you say about that? Doctor, you first. And as you talk, please just prefer solution.
Okay. Prefer solutions.
Yes, also.
Okay. Now, Nigeria's size is both a blessing and sometimes also a problem. You know, geographers will tell you the size of Nigeria in terms of kilometers and whatever. I can't recall that offhand now. But policing our borders is a major issue. I think our borders are just too porous. And until we are able to address the issue of the porosity of the borders, irregular, illegal migration will continue to thrive, especially when the existential realities within the country are not such that are encouraging people to stay. That's number one. Number two, yes, the borders are porous, but also the attitude and the dedication of those who are manning the borders. Talking about the customs, talking about the immigration. Do they have the manpower? Do they have the technology? And are they themselves having the motivation, the welfare they need to be able to commit to the work they should be doing? These are issues that impinge directly on irregular migration or illegal migration. So talking about solution, maybe we need to go digital, we need to go technological in the course of securing our borders. I don't know the details of that, but I'm sure if government is interested and they explore that, there is a possibility. There are other countries that have as huge land mass as Nigeria does, and they are able to secure their borders. So it's a matter of political will. If the political will exists, I'm sure that Nigeria can solve that problem. Then we are talking about corruption. Corruption. You see, illegal migration and irregular migration sometimes are done with the connivance of even the authorities that should check this. So, the same Nigerian problem, corruption. Is there a Nigeria for Nigerians? It's a question I keep asking. I'm not sure that many Nigerians believe in the Nigeria. I don't even know if there's a Nigerian dream. If there was a Nigerian dream to which all of us are connected, maybe the pervasiveness of corruption that we are witnessing, whether at the border levels or other areas, may not be as heightened as they are. So I think that we need to deal with the porosity of borders, employ technology, improve the welfare of those who are in charge, and then begin to redefine the Nigerian dream and begin to reorientate Nigerians to that dream. To the extent that nobody believes in Nigeria, to that extent, nobody is committed. It does not matter where you are. In the universities, nobody believes. In the civil service, nobody believes. In the police, nobody believes. In the army, nobody believes. So there is a need to begin to redefine Nigeria to the consciousness of Nigerians. Maybe that way we can deal with the issue of border porosity and even all other social malaise that are afflicting Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. Prof, let me add this to what you will be saying. Now we're saying porosity of border allows for the influx of people outside who are not Nigerian. Yes. And so they come in and wreak havoc. They come in and affect our public safety. They attack us, or they are part of the issues we have in Nigeria. Now, do you think if they did not come in, Nigeria would be safe? If we are saying that those coming in are causing it, then the Nigerians themselves, if these people were not there, would Nigerians not affect our safety would not be the ones affecting our safety and security by ourselves? I'm just trying to look at, are they mutually exclusive, inclusive, or they just relate together?
Let me also tell my colleague that he has almost exhausted all the points that can be made there. But let me quickly refer to your question. If these people were not there, Nigeria would be safer. There were some clips that were put into the social media about slaughtering of human beings. If you watched those killings, you will realize that these are not Nigerians killing one another. These are people with no iota of regard for human life, especially the lives of Nigerians. We have been talking about patriotism. We want to plead with our political elite, our leaders, please be patriotic first, then turn to us to copy from you. When Trump was there, he said, America first. America has a very robust immigration law. And he said, we are not going to allow people who will come in and compete with our laborers on these low-level manpower. No, we want the best from all over the world to come and help us develop America. So if you are a first-class material in Nigeria, come. If you have a first class in Ghana, come. We will give you the enabling environment. You are going to help us lift Nigeria. But what happens in the case of Nigeria? Come first, and then we will give you visa. Who are those that are coming? Those that do not have any skills, nothing to bring on the table to help develop Nigeria. And when they come in here, they feel that the invitation was the visa and their right to live in Nigeria. And they commit all sorts of crimes. I'm happy that Madam raised it. For us, we do not know who is Fulani and who is not. So some of the things that are committed by people from Niger, the Sahel region, you mentioned it, no borders, we attribute to the Fulani, and that is threatening our national unity. Can we get back to the boundaries of Nigeria and use Nigeria for Nigerians first? When we have done that and we have excess, we can then invite others. And that invitation must come with conditions. We must know ourselves. We must identify ourselves. We must integrate ourselves so that Nigeria can, being the big brother in Africa doesn't mean that we have all the resources to take on African population. No, Nigeria must realize that our borders are too porous. We must control the borders. We must integrate Nigerians. Then we can welcome visitors and give them their place. It is necessary. They must come in and play according to the rules of engagement. Not that we're asking them to come in and force us to adopt their lifestyles. That is not going to be possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Okay. I really would have loved to ask Detective Balades, but I learned he still has issues. Oh, okay. Okay. So, with all this comes the issue of drugs, drug abuse. And if I don't know anything at all, I know that a high person, whether via alcohol, main drugs, or these other locally made or locally sourced ways of getting high, a high person is a potential risk to me. Because the person has low thinking or low capability to think properly. There has been this increase in drug abuse in the system, thereby affecting public safety and security. First and foremost, what do you think is causing this increase? How is it even coming about, by the way? Or is it that there's more news about it now? Because I've also realized that it's not like it wasn't for some certain phenomena. It's not like those things do not exist, but there is more publicity or more noise about it. So do you think it is increasing, or it's just that there's more publicity about it, not that it's necessarily increasing? Now, if you think it is increasing, what can be done to curb? Also, in relation to the organizations, the national agencies, not just NDLEA now, but the national agencies that are supposed, security agencies that are supposed to handle and ensure security in the country. Prof. Yes, sir.
Yes, I've already pointed out the kind of gap between the rich and the poor. And this movement by the massive population to get to the top without having the wherewithal to achieve it. Whether you like it or not, religion has the same influence as opium, tramadol, Gico, whatever you call it, in the name of a substance. When you face situations that are beyond your human capability, then you need extra assistance. And that assistance can come from the one and almighty God, it can come from other existing gods, or it can come from drugs that reduce your perception of your problems without removing those problems. So most of our youth go into drugs, one, out of peer group influence, then the fact that they have defined their lives as hustlers, and hustlers must have to derive strength from something. Thirdly, they have no psychological guidance, and so they develop low esteem for themselves. And in order to heighten their image, some of them go into drugs. I am not underestimating what I'm going to say now. We have lost half of the generation of our youths to drugs. We have lost them already. They've gone beyond the line of retrieval. They've gone beyond the line of retreat. One, we don't have any psychological care. Two, we don't have social work. Three, we don't have Medicare. All we do is to condemn them that they are on drugs. So the problem is rather magnifying, as we have graduates who see themselves as graduates and capable of working, and they cannot find jobs. We have had people having PhDs and they can't find work. We've had people going through what Nigeria recommended, JAMB, whatever. They've achieved all of them, yet they cannot find themselves meaningfully integrated into this society. Many of them will take to drugs. Many of them will continue to And you have the problem of cultism in most Nigerian universities, and then whether you call it urban or rural, cult activities are very prevalent there. And cultism goes with substance abuse. So there is no conscious and deliberate, sustained effort by the Nigerian government to address this problem. We seem to say, okay, it's self-inflicted injury, let them. It is not self-inflicted. As long as these ones are there, they constitute problems, security problems to everybody. And so, if we need to fight this problem, we must have to find meaningful ways of surviving in this country that the youth can take to. We need to tell them how important they are, and we have to show it in our actions as leaders in order to make them believe that, yes, life can be lived through meaningful means of existence. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You started by asking whether there is an increase, or is it just that it's being over-reported, as it were. I would say, well, there is an increase in the reportage of drug use, drug abuse, but there's also an increase in the drug problem in this country among youths. So both of them are positive. Because wherever you see, I think studies have shown a correlation between worsening economic realities and the tendency to drift into the search for opium, whether it is by way of religion or by way of drugs. So we will say that, yes, drug problem is on the rise because of the harsh realities of today. And I want to say that the variables that propel drug use among the poor may not exactly be the variables that propel drug use among the rich. For the poor, it is lack. The fact that they don't have, they can't meet basic needs, which touches on their self-esteem, self-worth, and pushes them into the search for anything to boost their personal esteem, and feeling. That's the situation for the poor. For the rich, opulence itself, if not properly managed, can also be a trigger for drug abuse. Many of them who make money without laboring for it have so much to spend, they can afford to buy cocaine or buy all these expensive drugs. So it's also a factor in that direction. But now you were saying, what is the cause or what are the reasons? I would say the reasons are numerous, beginning from the collapse of the family system. The family has failed. The craze for material acquisition has made families to abandon their responsibilities to their children. The churches have failed. The mosques have also failed. Every system or every agency of socialization that should have been there to guide the youths aright have failed them. And what's the way out? The way out is that we must. I don't know how we are going to recreate our family values. I don't know how we are going to, go back to the ancient landmarks that the Bible was used to teaching, shifting away from materialism that has become the in-thing in churches today. I don't know how the mosques can also rediscover themselves. And then, well, talking about the government, NDLEA, we used to have so many chief executives. We never saw the kind of breakthroughs we are beginning to see since the new management. I don't know what happened. But I know that since Buba Marwa came on board, we have had, I don't know whether it is increased public visibility, but I don't know. The agencies should also sit up to do what they are supposed to do. It should not just be about arrest, arrest, arrest. It should also be about education and enlightenment at the grassroots level, at every level. Schools should take responsibility to teach the evils of drug. Every agency should be committed. It should not be a dichotomized war. It's only for NDLEA. It's only for this body. It should be a collective fight by all and sundry, because it's a threat that will consume this country if we don't collectively address it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Really, this session has been bringing out quite a lot of information that I think is really good for us. Back to the agencies. We have the police, we have the customs, we have immigration, civil defense. Name them, even the military. What is the relationship between the citizens, the people, and these agencies to allow for a good synergy with the end state being public safety and security? For example, something is going on in the neighborhood. Would I be comfortable enough to call the police? And now that's a hypothetical question for me, which I will not answer. But then it raises that question of the kind of relationship that obtains between the people and the agencies, collaborating, working together to ensure public safety and security. Is it there? To what extent? How can it be better? Let me start from this.
All right. Thank you so much. Well, you see, all those agencies are supposed to enforce all the laws and ensure public order and safety, as it were. But if you ask me, I will say they cannot do that work without the cooperation and collaboration of the citizenry. Unfortunately, there is a crisis of confidence between these agencies and the public. And this did not drop from the sky. It's a function of years of impunity, years of violation of the rights of the citizens, years of, what do you call it now, brutality, years of abuse of fundamental human rights. So the people themselves have become suspect. So instead of collaborating with these agencies, they see the agencies as enemies. To the extent that this is the perception, to the extent that this is the way they view them, to that extent, these agencies cannot deliver on their duties. And then, but again, you need to ask, what's the issue with those agencies? The agencies themselves, whether it is the police, whether it is the NDLEA and all those, they also have their own institutional challenges that inform the way they act. So at the end of the day, it boils down to the Nigerian state. The Nigerian state is the Nigerian state providing the right training, the right work environment, the right tools for work to these agencies. And then before we begin to talk of whether they are abusing their privileges or not. But I want to say in sum that there is a crisis of confidence. And with this on ground, no, I'm not sure I will rush to report a case to the police or to anybody. They say police is your friend, but you know it's always in quote. You know it's always in quote. I don't know whether I'm speaking the mind of others, but this is my view. Let me stop so that my prof will take it over.
Pass the buck to me. Yes, he rightly said it. If you send somebody on an errand to kill a lion, you must equip the person with the wherewithal to kill the lion. If you don't, and the person finds a way of being friendly to the lion to save his life, he will do that. And that's exactly what has happened to the agencies. So, they have discovered that the state, no insurance for your life, for the welfare of your family, and you know that your poor conditions of service can be improved by your establishing relationship with the criminals. You do that. So the agencies and the criminals have agreed that this is a business. We are partners. Let us use the night to conduct our business. We have artisanal, we have artisanal refining in Rivers State. Most police people want to be posted to the areas where you have this artisanal refining. They bring their crude and pay you at the checkpoints, and they carry their crudes away. You go and settle your financial problems with your family, and you find out that the police are more prepared to come out at night to wait for them while they are trafficking the crude materials. And then during the day, they offer us little security. Now, with all due respect, sir, now because of that, most of our urban centers reduce their economic activities to daylight only. A city like New York never sleeps. If you go and watch your CNN today, you will notice that they've been celebrating because people are now coming in because of the lifting of a ban. If you have economic activities during the day and you also have them at night, your economy will improve. But in this case, we are not equipping, we are not even looking after those we have sent to go and fight crime. And the biggest problem is that the government does not get involved in peace building, but it is always in charge of security. Peace building is a better option. When you build peace, you don't need so much security anymore. The police becomes my friend. And we can work together. The government is not putting much effort in that. As a result, we have criminals boldly participating in criminal activities. I heard of a report where some group of boys went through a military checkpoint in just across the Choba Bridge. They insisted that they should open their boots. The boys opened the boots, and of course there were AK-47 rifles in the boot. And the boy said, okay, you've seen it. What else? What will you do? You have seen it. Any other questions? They went into their vehicles and drove away. That is where you have allowed criminals to sometimes overwhelm, because how many of you are at that checkpoint? How many rounds of ammunition do you have? And then you risk your life for this nation that you do not, that has alienated you. You simply have to tread with caution as a security agent. And that's not helping matters. So we want to advise that government should take security seriously. Just draw a line if the search for common grounds can draw a line between security, tourism, and economic development. You will know the kind of good you'll be doing to Nigeria by enlightening us on the need to provide security in order to promote tourism and develop economically. So, it is very, very important that we take security seriously by, first of all, considering peace building so that we can rely less on force in creating the enabling environment for a good relationship between citizens and the agencies that work for security. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. I am very sure that we'll have one or two comments from the audience, but I would want to give the floor to the only policeman in our midst here. Yes. Please, is there a mic? Well, yeah, since you're in plain clothes. Okay, so sir, please, because we're actually out of time, they've been warning me that they will come and flog me out of here. So please, just three minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah. Sorry, it's unfortunate that if not for the professor, all of us are talking about the police. And it's like we seem not to understand the the kind of problems the police are undergoing. The police has serious, don't laugh, madam, please. You see, serious challenges, thank you. The police has serious challenges. A lot of people will say they were robbing in my area, I called the police before they could come, the armed robbers have gone. The vehicle the police is having there, do you know whether there's fuel in it? That is a problem. On a very serious note, it could be that the vehicle they have is just 1 or 2 liters to warm their vehicle. If you ask them to come for a distress call, they don't have fuel to go. The government does not provide it. I'm not government, sir. Good. Where is the money?
No.
Jesus Christ.
No.
Is that legal?
It's just like asking a lecturer what of the money you collect from students. Not.
Attention, please. Please, the session is still on. We don't let it be rounded.
Excuse me.
Someone still has the floor.
If there's anything called like bail money, I don't know. But then I know that even if there's anything called bail money, it is not legal. So it is only the perpetrators that take the money to their pockets. The money is not meant for the police, if there's anything like that. 2, there are some police stations that don't even have one single vehicle. No vehicle at all. And you have a distress, you are calling them. How do they move to that end? At times, some of the criminals call the policemen, there is robbery in my place, only for them to be ambushed. Just like the professor says. You are sending somebody to a lion, and the person is not equipped. You ask policemen to go for a distress call. He is not equipped. There is no gun. Is it not the same thing as resident of that area? Because he has nothing to curtail that excess. Please, most often, let us understand the police. I was in a state command, a whole state. The only subvention that came to the police in 4 months was just 600,000 naira for the entire command to manage. They are paying some officers 28 days, hotel allowances. What do you do with that money? The police cannot even buy a single motorcycle to say, look, my people, if there's any distress call, 3 or 4 of you can move. There is nothing the police has. We are just talking because we are not in the system. But if you are in the system, you will know what is happening. The police will send its budget to the National Assembly. They will say they have approved it. For instance, assuming it is 1 billion naira the police sent, and they say they have approved it. What the police will get from that money will not be more than 200,000 out of 1 billion. And even that 200,000 naira, some are going to somewhere. before the money will be released.
Oversight.
You know.
Oversight function.
So please, let us try to understand the police system into details before we begin to criticize the police.
Sir.
Excuse me.
Sir. No, sir, please,
The
you don't
police,
have to. No. Please, the session is still on. Excuse me, sir.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Excuse me, sir.
That's the problem.
Are you?
So, sorry, please. You see, I am saying this because I have been in the system for more than a decade. And we know what we suffer. As a matter of fact, if I'm supposed to be coming here, I was sent here by the police. I think I should be given transport, at least. At least. Yes. Not me using my car, buying my fuel, and coming down here. And I'm doing the job for the police. I didn't send myself here. So why will you send me, you will not give me 1 naira for fuel? Or taxi?
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Moderator. Make them right.
Okay.
If we take everything.
See, I'm sorry. In fact, is about, she has told them to go and get the cane. She has told them to go and get the cane to flog me out of here. And I don't think I want to be flogged. So please, you bear with us. I know these are burning issues. Can you just write, please? Please write. I'm sure that part of the issues we'll also discuss during the next panel and the group sessions. These questions can come out within the group sessions.
Yeah.
Sir, please. Oga Police, please, let me say this. When we have a system that is accountable and open, people will get to know more and understand more. No, somebody from outside cannot understand a closed system. And in as much as I do not want to say, open up how you do all your operations, but I think certain basic things are needed. The people need to know certain things. To at least to be able to understand a bit, at least just put their toes in the shoe, not necessarily the whole feet, but just the toe in the shoe to understand a bit. Then I think it will be better. It will be better for us, better for the system, better for the country. I would have loved to do a wrap up, but I can see the cane coming. So I'd rather just pass whatever notes I have to the rapporteurs and to the organizers. I appreciate you all for a good session. Thank you to Professor and Doctor.
Thank you very much, ma.
Thank you, Ife.
Yes, ma. But before you stand up, please, I've made a mother here and also a father. So they've been giving me some eyes, and I think we can take an exception to 3 questions, but we'll keep it very brief.
Tell them to hold that cane.
Exactly. So Hajia here had raised up her hand in the morning during the unemployment session. We didn't take it. So we'll give it to her. And Mr. Ade Ni. Yes, please. We're so sorry. We'll be able to take the other questions later on. Please pardon us.
Thank you. Mine is not a question, but it's also a question. We talk about the porosity of the borders. One thing I have realized in my, community work, that we have neglected the role of community or traditional leaders. I remember in those days when we were children, a stranger cannot come into the community without the consent of the traditional leader. But today, people will come into the community, even build houses, without respecting the traditional leaders. And then how can people from outside come into our land? We have to go back to the old system. Another thing I realized, we have to have an attitudinal change, all of us seated here. We have neglected the parenting training of our homes. Mothers are careless about training their children in the way of God because we are anxious to make money. Sometimes parents buy certificates for their children. Then how do you expect our youth to do something to help themselves? We have to change. We have to make them know they must suffer at tender age before they become somebody. We are all guilty of it, one way or the other. If I am offending you, please forgive me. But we have to do something. Another thing, there is increase in drug abuse in Kano, in particular because I know Kano. Women at home today are taking drugs. Why? Because of depression, poverty. A man will leave the family without food, even though the economy is bad. But the level of, poverty has caused women to go into drugs to find solution while they are doing it in the detriment of the home. Some of the children of the elite, the rich men, they become friends to children of the poor. They will go and buy drugs for them, especially cocaine. There are incidences of children of the big men. They buy it for them because they know they are poor. They bring them together. They give them the old clothes they wear so that they can think they are friends. And at the end of it, they destroy their lives. So the rich has to be very careful in the way they handle their children or the way we handle our children. Then another thing I talk about, I noticed, is the synergy between the security agencies at the grassroots level. In one of the programs, activity we had in Kano, Femi is there. Thank you, Femi, for being my mentor. We had programs with the police and the other security agencies. Like the Kano, we have the Hisba, we have the vigilante. When the police officer was commenting, I understand his point. Because we that are working with them, we know the problem of policing. They are neglected. They don't have much. If you call them, they will ask you, do you have fuel for us? And I don't blame them. So we have so many issues that we have to change in this country before we succeed. Before peace stay in this nation, Nigeria, God will help us.
Thank you so much, Ma. We will take the next person after this presentation. At this juncture, I would introduce the Vice President of Global Affairs and Partnership, Search for Common Ground, Mr. Mike Jobbins, to make his presentation.
Thank you so much. Can you tell me, am I coming through clearly? Wonderful. Am I coming through clearly? Okay, great. Well, I'm really pleased to be with you. I'm sorry that I'm not able to be with you all in person given this new pandemic-constrained environment. I'm grateful for the technology that lets me join, and I hope one day to be with you and continue on this really rich conversation. I've had the pleasure of following some of the debate, some of the discussion, as well as reading some of the analysis and perspectives shared by my colleagues across Nigeria and all of our close partners in academia, and in government that are sort of thinking about this issue and looking for how best to work together to build a healthy, safe, and just society, and to support the Nigerian people, and particularly the communities living in the urban centers that we're talking about today. I wanted to use my brief time with you just to take a quick step back and to contextualize sort of where this effort fits within the wider perspective of Search for Common Ground. And so I'll share a quick PowerPoint if the technology gods are with us. I think this should share. For those who are not familiar with Search for Common Ground, we're one of the world's largest peace building and conflict resolution organizations in the world. We're a nonprofit that was incorporated here in the US about 40 years ago. At that point, to work on political issues, generational issues, religious issues that divide Americans. That's work that we still do here in the United States, in my home country, where I'm speaking to you from. It's work that we do in Europe, and increasingly across Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. And our board of directors agreed 3 years ago to make 10-year commitments to supporting healthy, safe, and just societies in 10 what we call sort of conflict geographies, so sort of 10 areas with intertwined systems where progress to resolve conflicts and to build a more safe future could positively impact the lives of hundreds of millions of people, or where chronic crises are negatively affecting the lives of hundreds of millions. And one of those places that's very close to our organization's own mission and heart for obvious reasons is Nigeria. Many of my colleagues who are with you, and many of you will be familiar with some of our work within the country, the work that my colleagues in Jos, Port Harcourt, Maiduguri, and elsewhere are leading. But what we realized across the world, and particularly, as we look at in Nigeria, and for those of us like myself who look at it from abroad, that there are sort of three major gaps in the way that the international community and sort of the global actors engage in conflict today and in seeking a resolution. The first is that we know there's a great deal of surging attention at the crises of today, a very reactive strategy towards, and we've seen in Nigeria a succession since sort of the return of multi-party politics, a succession of crises that one by one have attracted a lot of international and national attention, mobilization around the crisis in the Niger Delta, around the insurgencies in the Northeast, around first the urban dynamics in Jos or Kaduna, and more recently, sort of the banditry, farmer-herder, and rural violence that the country's experiencing. But there's been very little serious engagement from those of us in the peace and conflict space in taking a longer-term approach. And like a soccer player or a football player, you don't necessarily want to always be going to where the ball is today, but you want to be chasing where the ball will be tomorrow, so that you're ready when it gets there. And there's this fundamental reactive approach, and we needed to use a little bit. We saw a need to use a bit more strategic foresight by investing and by building partnerships with the academics that you are, with the practitioners that are also represented in the room, to sort of analyze we need to focus on the issues that are on the front page of the news today, but what 5 years from now will be some of the biggest issues that we wished would begun working on today. The second is an understanding that every conflict today, and today we're talking about urbanization, is a product of factors that are both local, regional, and international. Earlier, I tuned into some of the discussion about the role of trans-border migration, cattle routes, and so forth as a regional issue. We can talk about urban zoning, urban development. Many of those investors are not, some of those investors are in Nigeria, many have ties internationally. Climate change is impacting the entire Nigerian, landscape and society, as well as every society across the world. Most of the causes of climate change are not, from Nigeria, but beyond. And so there's a deep international role and a need to educate, advocate for international actors, whether in the United States, in Europe, at the African Union, at the UN, at the World Bank, to be more informed and better informed by the perspectives of those working on these issues within the country. And then finally, as we look at urban conflict today, and almost every major conflict, if you look at former herder dynamics as well, there's a need for multi-sectoral collaboration. That is to say, how we address issues like, let's say, cultism. There's a question for the security sector and how security management. We heard some of that debate and discussion involving, in the police. There's also a sociological question. There's an urban zoning and urban planning question. There's an economics question. There's an educational science, about how you structure education for these young people. And so there's no one discipline can sort of, and no one field of knowledge can bring the perspectives that we need to take a holistic, to find a holistic solution to these issues. And so understanding those three dynamics, so the local, the regional, and the national, like the multi-layered nature, the multi-sectoral nature, and the need to be a little bit more forward-looking in terms of strategic planning and how we engage on conflicts before they become accentuated. We partnered with the Carnegie Corporation in New York, a foundation, to really do two things. One is to strengthen the collaboration and cooperation between academics, practitioners, and policy and government officials on a common set of issues, in this case, urbanization in Nigeria. And then secondly, use that sort of shared knowledge, perspectives, and common ground to, at the national level, to advocate in international forums so that the wider ecosystem of investors, of governments, of policymakers, of security actors can be supportive of a solution, of the kinds of solutions that emerge from that cooperation and collaboration. And this gives a little bit of what we're hoping through this process. That sort of collaborative platform with an ability to influence not only nationally, but understand and influence the international ties. And certainly urban growth is one of those areas where it's for the leadership at a national level and at a municipal level, but one where there's a deep, degree of international interest. We look at the NSARS protests that attracted a lot of attention for one or another reason from around the world, but also where there's a lot of direct political, economic, security ties. And so we're looking at three of these questions right now over the course of the year, all of them multi-sectoral, all of them blending sort of scholars, practitioners, and academics, and policymakers, and where there's both a national and international relationship. So one is a partnership being led by my colleagues in Mali, in Bamako, looking at the role of social media in conflict in the Sahel region. This discussion around sort of urbanization and violence in Nigeria. And then finally, sort of climate change and land conflict is being led out of colleagues in Kigali, Rwanda. The reason I'm particularly keen to be with you for this session and why this is so timely, in addition to sort of the really acute needs and practical concerns that we heard about, urban policing today and security management, is if we look at sort of the future of the world is urban. By 2050, more than about 7 out of every 10 humans will live in a city, and we know that that's a process that's been going on. That process of urbanization, both in terms of where people live and as a driver for economic growth has been well underway in Nigeria as almost everywhere else on Earth, and it's a particularly exciting issue area to be working on because we have I think by the end of this decade, by 2030, the 3 largest cities outside of Asia in the world will all be in Africa. It'll be Cairo, Lagos, and Kinshasa. And there's a huge opportunity now, at least we hypothesize that there's a huge opportunity as cities continue to form, to take shape, and as municipal governance structures are experimented with and grow, there's a tremendous opportunity to build the kinds of societies that will hit that goal of positively influencing the lives of hundreds of millions of people. And taking into account the wide number of different kinds of degrees to which the urban environment is fundamentally a dynamic one. Someone else, during one of the earlier presenters, was talking to the degree to which migrating for a lot of young people, migrating to an urban center is the first step in building a better life, is a chance for them to build hope, to seek to advance themselves economically, socially. And cities are themselves changing. And so these are sort of 4 quick photos that illustrate that. But one is sort of just one factor is just the rapid change in population of people moving in, the vibrancy that city centers have in the overwhelmingly young population. With each new wave seeking their future, there's an opportunity to really see how those new, how the new generation is participating in social and political life. The second dynamic is around climate change. We've seen, in some of the horrific flooding in Port Harcourt, in Lagos, and elsewhere over the years, but a much greater degree following COP26 and other, to talk about how, what the cities of the future look like in Nigeria and around the world. New York is not spared from that. Singapore is not spared from that. But to think about how the climate adaptation in an urban space is undergoing. The third is sort of the rapid investment and growth. I think, probably not far from the meeting hall, the cranes are up and the growth is quite, stunning, but it's also a key inflection point. As physical buildings go up, it's often, we hypothesize it's a valuable opportunity to look at how the social infrastructure is being built alongside the physical infrastructure, how community participatory planning is being done, how security is going to be managed, how social relationships are going to be established among people from different backgrounds living there. And then finally, everyone, and finally, I think at a global level, the role of urban policing and urban security has been front of mind across the world, really. I think that's, in my own society in the United States, Black Lives Matter, and a lot of deep questions about the role of security forces in people's lives, particularly for the Black community here, has been very front of mind across Nigeria, and SARS protests also thrust that question of sort of policing and security management to the fore and to public conversation. Across Europe, we've seen similar degrees of public debate, re-examining of how to ensure security and human rights for all elements of a society. And so in that sense, is a really dynamic opportunity for us to be looking at these questions from a new lens, or at least we hypothesize it is. While I won't go into a great degree of depth, a lot of our experiences in thinking through this complex, multi-layered set of opportunities is also informed by our own work and supporting Nigerian policymakers, academics, and civil society to study since 2015, to study in a forum called the Forum on Farmer-Herder Relations in Nigeria, to study sort of the emerging trends in that space and craft what kinds of policy solutions, what kinds of specific interventions could be taken at a time when in 2015 there's a lot more attention to bring back our girls, to Boko Haram crisis, but the foresight of these scholars that we were working with sort of focus on farmer herder as an emerging issue. It's one that of course is very front of mind for all of us today. And in a similar sense, this is sort of a replay of that foresight exercise and a replay and analysis of where some of the future dynamics and opportunities to advance social cohesion might lie. I might stop. I might stop here, but maybe just to give three quick sort of examples from around the world. For those of you who are familiar with Search for Common Ground and with the field of peace building more generally, an awful lot of our work is seen directly or implicitly in a somewhat rural environment. I mean, that's certainly the case in Nigeria, where a lot of our work is focused on conflicts that are affecting primarily rural places. But as we go ahead and debate solutions, I think we have an opportunity to really look to some of the examples and experiences that other societies have had and other cities have had in working with civil society and working with academics to transform some of their and reduce the levels of violence, but in a peace building or conflict resolution sort of way. And so to give a few examples, we've been working with the municipal governments in Sri Lanka. Colombo is a growing city; it's their capital there, and has also been struck by both urban gangs, criminality, and a series of terror attacks. And have been making a number of the holistic investments in participatory planning processes, bringing the private sector that was building new homes, developing new sectors, new geographic areas, to plan how they can sort of identify what sort of well-being is and how to create spaces that are inclusive of upper, lower, ethnically diverse people, establishing community development systems, which is something that's much more practiced in rural areas, the sort of local development committees and planning processes that don't necessarily always translate very well into an urban environment. And then working with the city and educational system on how they roll out some of the digital literacy. So how you sort of do you do rumor management and address some of the misinformation, disinformation, hate speech that triggers the kinds of riots and that city has unfortunately been plagued by. Not so far from Nigeria, we've been working very closely with the city of Conakry in Guinea to address that's a city that's been growing. There's also been a very popular drugs trafficking point for drugs coming from Latin America and heading into Europe. And so we've worked with municipal leaders as well as young people and on sort of the gang violence and sort of what people refer to as the ghetto culture of urban poverty that also is in some ways globalized and is intimately involved not only with sort of cultural expression, but also with a degree of tolerance for violence. And so working primarily with the city agencies and how they engage with young people, particularly those who are in or close to the gang and ghetto type culture that's deeply tied with violence there. And then finally, in Yangon, in Myanmar, one of sort of the great cities of Southeast Asia, we've been working very closely with the government on how it addresses the incoming, the urban population growth and how it plans for and involves its city service agencies, so health systems, education systems, and so forth, in a way that de-escalates conflict and mitigates some of the material suffering and material needs and desperation that fuel public unrest, that fuel dissatisfaction, that fuel criminality, and how it links sort of the ongoing migration into the city with this question of how social services should be allocated in a way that seems equitable and brings migrants and recent arrivals in the city into a social fabric into an infrastructure, and where those who've come in seeking a better life to advance economically or socially are able to do that within a peaceful and sort of economically productive way, rather than turning to some of the gangs, criminal enterprises, and so forth, that can be an outlet for those ambitions if they don't have a way to advance within within sort of the established and productive economic and social system. So I'll stop there. I'm really keen to, I've really enjoyed the bit of the debate that I've been able to follow along with, and I'm really looking forward to reading from Ife, from my colleagues, some of the fruits of this this debate. And it's a real, I think to the extent that, cities in a lot of ways are the future, not of Nigeria, but of the entire world, and to the degree that, the cities of Nigeria, not only an economic powerhouse for the country, but for the region and for the world, and one where, I think there'll be just much more deep economic partnerships, political partnerships between, for actors from China to the U.S. to Europe to the neighboring countries from around the world. To this is an issue that I see of global significance, global importance, and one where I'm really just proud that Search has been able to partner with you all, and looking forward with great interest to read about the rest of the debate and discussion today. So thank you so much for being here. So sorry that I couldn't be with you in person, but really keen. I feel like I've already learned a lot, and I'm looking forward to learning more from
this morning. It has so saddened me, and I'm just thinking, is it not the same budgetary allocation that they are giving to police, that they are also giving onto EFCC, ICPC? I see this category of officers as executive police, because when you visit their offices, what you cannot get in the police station or in police formation, you get it in the EFCC. If you are detained in EFCC, they give you bottled water to drink. For those who have been there, they give you bottled water and a packaged food to eat. But in police cell, it is not obtainable that way. And it's giving me concern because billions of nairas are allocated to police. And in order not to jeopardize your work and your career, I also think you are just saying it so that the public will know. It is not that you meant your saying to bring down the National Assembly or any other of your officers. But my concern is this for those of us who are from the civil society organization. These are areas that we can look to. Billions of nairas are allocated to police every year. Where is the money going to? We are talking about violence. How can we curb it if the people who have the power, who have the instrumentality to curb urban violence are not adequately taken care of? Today, you hear killings here and there. They too, they are human beings like us. So please, I call on us, those of us who are in the civil society group, let us find where the money is going to. Follow the money. Let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mohammed.
Thank you very much. For over 10 years, I'm working with police. And I wish the officer is not the one that narrated their ordeal. That's why I'm raising my hand. I'm among the CSO invited by the former AGP to attend the Senate public hearing on police trust fund, which was just recently approved. You see, the issue of police is very sympathetic. Sometimes you ask yourself, is the government serious? First of all, take the number of the police in Nigeria. In Kano, where we are over 20 million, the last meeting we had was with former CP, there are not more than 8,000 police in Kano, compared to 20 million. You know? So take their weapons. The police bought not only the police, most of the security agents bought their uniforms from their salaries. That is one. So we kept calling the government. I remembered I'm a member of Nigerian Civil Society Social Room. And in the previous election, we had an interaction with the former IGPs. And they told us that, like the Ekiti election, Kogi election, that they are going to deploy so number of police. And the first question we asked, what about their welfare? It's through that interrogation and interaction that in Ekiti, we had interaction, because we do ask some of the police how far. And they told us, yes, we have seen improvement. So some of these issues, like during the Boko Haram, we were working with the MPP project in Kano. And we were having some baseline survey in the police station. You can imagine, in a month, some police station received 35,000 for upkeeping. Some doesn't even receive that 35,000 naira. Recently, in one of the police stations in my community, we republished their vehicle. The only bus they have. So, but coming back to us as a citizen, how many of us has the number of their DPOs? How many of us visited their police division to know what are their challenges? How can I come in? We used to buy both tires, battery for police vehicle. How many of us do that? It's easy for us to challenge to ask. They are human beings like us. One, during the plenary session, there's a question posed to the prop. about the issue of the interagency collaboration. To be candid, interagency collaboration recently improved. But in the past, there's this interagency rivalry among the security agencies fighting for supremacy. But now we have seen the improvement in the interagency collaboration. That's why the fight against banditry and others is achieving. But please, I want to use this opportunity, and I hope the hierarchy of the police and our political leaders are hearing. Police are the ones charged with the internal security of each country. Therefore, if we don't equip our police, who do we equip? How do they function? How do they perform? Please and please, this is very, very important. And this, I want to use this medium to call on the citizens. We need to come to the aid of our security agencies. Apart from intelligence gathering, we need to support the outposts in your community. No matter how bad we keep saying the police, if thieves come to your house, it's still police you call. If your son fall into the well, you call police. Whatever happened to you, you still go back to the same police. Why don't we assist them? There's a good officers. There's a good officer. I work with them in the community policing for the first 10 years. Up to now, we're working with the police. So we need to support the community, the society. We need to support our security. Security is our collective responsibility. It's not about the police, SSI. It's our collective. Everybody is a security officer. The law gave you a power. Once a crime committed, in the absence of security, you can arrest and hand it over to security. You can do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's take Madam. All right, we will get to everybody.
Sorry, I think it's good afternoon now. Well, it's on the issue, but I'm looking at it from another perspective. I work in the area of preventive conflicts, and because of that, I have to deal with security agents, both the police, military, naval, anyone available where the situation, in the context I work, that's the area I work. And really the truth is that I find it easier to deal with the military than the police because they're very antagonistic. So we need to actually go beyond infrastructure to look at mindsets of the police, to change their mindset a bit. Police is your friend, I don't think so. Honestly feel better when anything happens to me to call the military, to call the naval, and they respond more appropriately. Even if the police is not going to give you the helping hand, the embarrassment they will give you will not even let you go in the first place. You know, they're not friendly. That is the point. They're not friendly. Sometimes they are anti-people. I don't know whether it's their problems that are weighing them down. Yeah, I don't know whether it's their problems that are making them so frustrated, you know. So, in as much as we are looking at infrastructural transformation for them, we need to look at attitudinal change. It's a big challenge. I guess we should even start from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to ensure that we are all on the same page, that after this particular session, we'll go for lunch. And after lunch, we are coming back to discuss these two topics. We're going to discuss these two topics in the group. So if you are not picked to air your views now, you still have a better opportunity to air your views exhaustively in the group conversations. So we're going to take just one more person, and then we would go for lunch. Please, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Sometimes it's good to do a luta. Thank you so much. I'm going to be very brief. The first discussion was on employment, underemployment, and industrial violence. Unemployment and unemployment, I also feel that the willingness to accept employment should also be an issue. And on the employment, so to say, we also look at employability, because there are some who may not have the skill, depending on the employment, available to be employed. Now, on industrial violence, I actually don't understand that quite very well. Are we talking of industrial influence, environmental pollution-based violence? Because the moderator did mention workplace violence, which is not quietly related, because I know workplace violence has to do with optimal performance of whatever industry or whatever within the staff. So I think we need to clear that to see how it links properly with unemployment and underemployment. Now, linking to the second one, which is it protect safety and security. There's a particular angle of this issue of those who actually perpetuate the violence. I will talk about the court issues. Now, most of the people from the little job I know on trying to know the linkage between single parenthood or broken home to juvenile delinquency and vis-a-vis the courts, growing of the courts. Because obviously most of those single parents children, I did a little job that shows that some of them were giving birth, that their mother gave, within 15, 16, they gave birth to them. And at that age, they are still looking for someone to nurture them. And they're unable to nurture them. Their fathers are not known. The same thing with certain broken homes. And so the society nurtured them. They're not even interested in going to school. Within the 13 years old, they have gone into substance taking, and they have been initiated. And these are the feeder pillars to the court groups. And there are more within the urban city slums. A lot of them that are there. So I think we also need to factor them if we are trying to provide solution on what to do. What do we do? Do we still have juvenile, is it law as it used to be before? And what is government doing about such persons? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are not going to take further questions now, but before we go for lunch, we will all take numbers 1, 2, 1, 2, so that when we come back, we're going to split into 2 groups to discuss the 2 topics that we heard in the panel discussion, so that those perspectives that did not come up during the conversations, we can fill those gaps. And if there are certain things that came up during the conversation that were not adequately addressed, we could address them in those groups. And as well, this session will offer us the opportunity for everybody to air his views and to make his contribution and collectively make recommendations for addressing the issues that we have identified. And just to mention that these thematic areas are not exhaustive. Are not exhaustive because they are actually cross-cutting, and if you look at them, they touch on every walks of life. So I think before we go for lunch, we would start from this side. You take number. Yes, sir. Madam? Dr. Andy, what's your number? Okay. Sir, let me give you 1. Then you take 2. You are 2. No, you're one. All right. So when we come back from lunch, our seats would have been arranged, and there will be 2 tables set, one on this side, one on that side. The one on that side will be group 1. So all those that have picked number 1 would be in that group. And the one on this side would be for group 2. And all those that picked...
Thank you. Who is actually the presenter? Alimi, are you the one? Thank you, sir. Group 2. Yes. Please help me give them this. Don't worry, let me give it to them. Since you're here. Precious. Okay. So one person can stand here.
Stay there. Please, can we have one house? One house, please. Group 1, we are about to present. We are about presenting our paper for Group 1. Please, can we have one house? People are still talking. Yes, we are starting, and I have my colleague here who will do the presentation. We are not gender sensitive again, but we are gender what? Gender what? Transformative. Thank you, sir. We are gender transformative, and that is why you are seeing both of us who are going to do the presentation. Thank you, my sister. Can you go ahead?
Good afternoon, everyone, once again. We are talking about unemployment, underemployment, and industrial violence. And one of the key questions we have here is that we need to, as we anticipate the challenges of the next decade, what do we still not understand? What are the areas in the gap in knowledge? So one of the things we identified as Group 1 is that the skill gap in the area of Industry 4.0. A lot of us know about what is happening in the professional bodies, so to say. A lot of jobs are coming in. A lot of jobs are going into extinction. We have, in the near future, AI taking over jobs, studies going into extinction. In Nigeria, we still have some people studying secretarial studies in school, getting admission, studying, going for some courses, while AI, which is artificial intelligence, will be taking over some jobs. Artificial intelligence are being used to do some administrative work. So why are we still not studying that? So by the time this group of people finish school and come out, nobody will employ them because I have a robot who is doing some work majorly and who I am investing lesser money on than human. So the third point is no economic sense in the area of the use of manpower. We have a lot of holidays in Nigeria, but we are not really capturing the loss of the economic power that is being invested into that. Knowledge gap in the area of labor management relations. We have the issue of strike and the rest of that. But when strike, labor union, and the rest of that go into, how do they actually manage the issues that arises out of the basic conflict issues that they are talking about? So we need to do more research in this area, and for people who are in this position to understand how to manage labor union and the rest of that. We have knowledge gap in industrial violence. We also have gender discrimination and exploitation in workplace and lack of affirmative actions as regards to this. Another issue is that we have societal value system. This is actually big in the area of behavioral change. And if we start talking about it today, like it's actually deep that we can't really leave this room here. Another issue we looked at is what should be the role of international community in preventing this urban violent conflict. The first thing we looked at is support from international funding. If we get a lot of support in this area, it will actually help. Creation of national forum of researchers and practitioners on major thematic areas, and the involvement of the international community. So if we have this group, if we have this thing set in place, we'll be able to also address this issue of unemployment and underemployment and industrial violence in Nigeria. Okay, just hold on for my colleague to talk more about what I've said so far.
On the second point, we would like to emphasize on this so that search for common ground can work in this area. We said creation of national forum of researchers and practitioners on major thematic areas. Why we are saying this is that we have identified so many problems. We need to categorize them and put them under a thematic area whereby among us here, we have people who man the thematic areas, like in the case of advocacy, particularly maybe security matters. We need a group that will do the advocacies to police formation, military formations. With this group, I think search for common ground will go a long way in addressing this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So that takes us to the last thing, and that is what is the entry point exists for influencing regional and international policy on these particular issues we are talking about. We have the NLC, number one. We have the security agencies. We have policymakers and implementers. We have tertiary institutions. And we have credible CSO working in the area of union relation and urban violence. And why we say this number 5 is very, very important to us, because the credible CSOs are the ones that would actually drive the implementation of all this, because these bodies are basically running other things. But if we have active and credible CSOs who are focused on driving the issue, addressing the issue of unemployment and underemployment, we'll be able to make an impact we are trying to make in Nigeria and our communities. So number 5, these are what we are presenting so far for Group 1.
I don't know if you have any questions. If you have questions, rather, thank God we have eminent professors among us. They never write exams, but they examine students. Today, you are going to ask them questions if you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Group 1. The questions would not be directed to those that have done the presentation, but it will be directed to the entire group. However, before we take questions and comments from Group 2 on Group 1's work, we want to consider our online participants. We would give them the opportunity now for those who have comments to make and those who have questions to ask. So over to you, online participants. Okay, please go ahead and speak. We can hear you, go ahead.
Okay, very well, thanks so much. I joined others to thank the convener. I have listened to all the contributions so far made with respect to urban violence and under the two syndicate groups where you dealt with issues of unemployment, underemployment, and security matters, as well as security and public safety. On the issue of underemployment and unemployment, I wish to state that the Nigerian state is big enough to accommodate our youth and to offer them employment. However, there are basic things that have not been attended to. I know so many of these have been said, but let me make this contribution by saying that the solution, first and foremost, we should de-emphasize the issue of monetization of interventions. Giving out handouts to people will not solve the issue at hand. Rather, the government should emphasize more on skill acquisition Okay, and the ease of doing business should also be made, should also be prioritized. I think when this is done, it will take away people from the labor market, but it will take them to labor creation. But unfortunately, what we have among our political elite these days is they give handouts, they monetize intervention. And of course, many people take the money without actually going into the work. So what I will emphasize is that people should, our government should emphasize more on institutionalizing measures towards job creation by creating ease of doing business. I know the federal government started doing that under the auspices of the office of the vice president, but more is yet to be done in that regard. And there are several examples that we can mention, but time will not permit. Still under that, I also wish that the Nigerian state revisit the issue of the 6334 educational system. Though some people may look at it archaic, no, we've gone beyond that. But please, I beg to differ. The 6334 had attempted to say that the first 6 years will be for basic education. The first 3 years in your secondary school will be used to identify those who will go ahead with education. We have had several areas that have opened for them now. It's not everybody who should go to university. Do you need to go to the university to study artificial intelligence? No, you don't need it again. There are basic IT skills that you can learn without even going to the university. So we should begin to look at this, and not everybody having this mad rush to the university. This is also culminating in the rising unemployment we've seen in recent time. Let me also state that in recent time, we've seen curricular review. Fine. But I must say that in most cases, we have seen that they are not evidence-based. So I want to implore the agencies involved should be asked to activate evidence-based curriculum review. That will solve the problem of unemployment. At the same time, my last option and my last point here will also address retransforming our mindsets. Nigerian students have this wrong mindset of going into the higher institution and coming out to seek employment. No, I think these days we should try as much as possible to restructure that mindset. You don't need a full certificate before you can get employment. We should be able to inculcate in their ability to create jobs on their own, to be creative, irrespective of the jobs that of the course you are going to undertake in the university. It's because you have not been able to look at all these things strategically. That's why we keep having almost 500,000 students churned out from our various institutions on a yearly basis, and only 10 or 15% of them get jobs. Now, lastly, sir, on the issue of security and public safety, there's this gap that we are yet to identify. The Nigerian public mass assumed that security is the job of the designated security agencies. I beg to differ. Security assignment is for everybody. We only need to play our role at when due to complement what these agencies will do. So it is important that we also put as part of our report that the agency and units, agents, for example, National Orientation Agency, and some relevant units in these security agencies, they should be activated to do mass mobilization for people to understand that they have complementary role to play in security. If we are able to do this, intelligence gathering is a fundamental principle of safety and security. But the Nigerian public mass assumes that, the role, the assignment is majorly for the security agencies. No, and that's why we are having the problem we are having. Imagine if you have enough intelligence gathering mechanism at the community level, and we do this adequately, and there is a synergy between the public and the security agencies, I don't think we will have this issue. Most of the threats, security threats, will have been addressed at their starting point. But in most cases, it is when they have escalated, they will now have intervention. So I think this should be part of our report. This is my few comments I have.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us quite a number of comments. Some of the things that you have mentioned and raised have already been raised earlier in the course of the conversation, but it's good that you are reiterating them, bringing up issues around us looking inwards and looking at the ease of doing business, entrepreneurship in our curriculum, and so on and so forth. That's quite interesting. We acknowledge that Ayomide is online and raising up his hands. But before I give him the opportunity to speak, there is a comment here dropped by Iringi Ihimaga. He said, I believe that urban conflicts will increase within the next 5 years, at least for several reasons. The economy is doing badly, and there is no indication that there is any holistic economic intervention to turn things around, and Nigeria has the next general election in a couple of years. There has to be new areas and new stakeholders to identify what can contribute effectively in the reduction of urban violence. Thank you so much for your comment. I'll now give the opportunity to Ayomide to make his own, to pose his own question or make his own comment. Ayomide.
Ayomide, and I'm the Programs and Research Assistant at Stand to End Rape. So I would just like to talk, to make a comment on the emerging security challenges of sexual and gender-based violence. We saw that it is reoccurring in Kano, in Rivers, Lagos, and Abuja. And while there are recommendations that the VAP Act should be domesticated, the Child Rights Act, and getting grants, I would also like to make a recommendation that while a lot of times we focus on women and girls, we actually do forget women and girls with disabilities. And yes, data says that 3 out of 5 women have been raped or assaulted in their lives, but it is more for women with disabilities. So my recommendations would be that CSOs and NGOs should always put women and girls with disabilities into account when they are designing programs. For example, if you go to the primary healthcare centers in some states in Nigeria, they do not have interpreters. If somebody that is deaf comes to report a case, she has been raped, she needs assistance, there is no way they would be able to relate with her, and she would be unable to access services. She would be unable to get safe. She would be unable to be given the safe space she needs. So as much as we're making recommendations for women and girls, we should also factor in women and girls with disabilities. So that's what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ayomide. That's a good intervention there, raising something that I've not heard yet in terms of emphasis on people living with disability. At this point, Ringi has raised his hand. Let me give him the opportunity to make his intervention now. Iringi.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not getting Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I was talking about new stakeholders exploring new areas. And I think that we have urban violence not in Lagos as well as the other key states, that River State and But I think that urban violence would have been more in Lagos if not for the intervention of the private sector. When we talk about private sector intervention, especially coming from the Niger Delta or from River State, we always think, oh, it has to be the oil and gas sector to help with the economy, to help do all of this intervention. But I think the entertainment industry in Lagos is also contributing to the reduction of urban violence because it employs so many people, skilled, both skilled and unskilled labor. It has taken off so many people off the street and it has reduced, I think, maybe the researchers can do their research to tell us the truth. It has reduced the amount of urban violence that would have been be delved in Lagos. So I think that sector is a sector that can be explored by the international community. The ministries of maybe culture and tourism, departments of culture and tourism, that aspect where culture and tourism can be used to distract people's attention from violent crimes, from the entry point into violent crime. Because if you look at how crime, if people are groomed into crime, they start from when they are little. They start with little petty crimes before they get more significant enough to be hired or to be used by politicians in electoral violence. It starts from normal petty urban violence, but they now migrate to other hierarchy where they get paid to be violent or they start doing transactional violent crimes. So I'm thinking we can actually look at the private sector with regards to the entertainment sector, with regards to culture, with regards to tourism, because culture, it starts from local communities where we can use that nostalgic effect to distract young people from putting their energy into crime and violence and putting it into something that is more, entertaining and can also, give them a sort of life that they career. There are lots of cultural exchange programs. I'm talking of the international community now. Lots of cultural exchange programs that can use, to give them hope, to give them something to look forward to. Oh, if you're, for example, in River State, I've been opportunity to do some consultancy work with the River State Tourism Development Agency. And there are lots of exchange programs, cultural exchange programs, art competitions that can be done, that they can see that there's an alternative, means of livelihood, there's an alternative lifestyle, and an alternative path for them to have a career in that. And it is working in some local communities. It is working to inspire young people. So I think that sector is a sector that can be sold even to state governments, while the international community is talking about reducing urban violence, while we're talking about job creation, this sector can also create jobs. This sector can, apart from creating jobs, helps to revitalize the minds of young people. When your creative juices are flowing, there's no time for you to be destructive. So it's almost like therapy at the same time. It's providing, therapy is providing a source of life, it's providing an open door to the world out there. In River State right now, there are young people who are going to Dubai for at least a week because they were involved in an arts competition. So if other young people are saying that the world is actually open to you when you use your creative juice in a more positive way than in a destructive way, it can help, start turning people around. It's like a reorientation, but just not reorientating them, you're also giving them a career path and an alternative livelihood. So that can be a sector that the private sector can come together and see how it can boost the economy, it can create jobs, and also get people to be able to preserve their culture, preserve their community, to allow for hobby and enjoy what their culture has. And in that manner, you also want your community, whether it's in the urban community or is in your state, you want your state peaceful for you to enjoy tourism, for you to enjoy culture, and then for you to participate in it, earn a living, and even build a career. So I think that is I'm a CSO person, but I've just recently been, looking at this aspect, and I think even the SDG has tourism as part of one of their entry points too. And then talking about the economy, I think that some intervention should be made on trying to see.
Thank you for your intervention. Your point is made on tourism as a sector that will contribute to taking off people, and you have given practical examples and initiatives that will take people off the streets and will create employment. Thank you so much. At this point, we would allow Group 2 to make their own presentations. Group 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Group 2 presenting. Our focus of discussion was on public safety and security. And what we were asked to look at was the challenges in the next decade. And we were able to identify 4 key challenges: porous borders, illegal migration, the issue of climate change, and then, of course, terrorism. And then part of what we were also required to do was to find out what we do not understand and then some of the gaps that exist. We said part of what we do not understand, which also serves as a gap, is government's inaction towards border management and migration. Why government is complacent about it, why government is not taking enough action and steps towards addressing the issues of illegal migration. We find out that people are coming in from different countries and they are posing a security threat in our group. We also looked at the visa on arrival policy of ECOWAS, and we said this is also further compounding, the issues of terrorism and insecurity in the country. We also looked at sabotage by state security agencies. We are bothered about this because we feel that the state security agencies are not doing enough. We strongly use the word compromise in our group. We felt that the security agencies are badly compromised, and why is it that they are not on our side? They are not fighting on our side. Why is there support for some of these groups, some of these terrorist groups that we hear about? So we discussed that also as a gap and also an area of concern. And then we looked at the disconnect between government and academic institutions. I believe the prof in our group would explain more when we'll explain more to this when the other group members will be responding. And then we talked about ineffective leadership at all levels of government, from the local to the state, and then, of course, the national government. We cannot point to any form of effective leadership. And that, we said, also is a huge gap. And then moving to what the international community can do, that was the next point we looked at in our group. And we said the international community would need to increase funding and support very strategic intervention programs. That is key. And then we said technology is lacking in this part of the world. There needs to be supply of technology. The international community can help. Technological innovations, which can also help to address some of these challenges, these gaps, which we foresee, that may overtake us in the next decade. And then we said capacity building is important. For example, we are in this room like this, we are learning. We need more of these kinds of meetings, more of these kinds of support from the international community. The police officer in our group also mentioned this, that is important. We have trainings and retrainings, continuous engagements with agencies of government that are saddled with the responsibility of providing security. And then also we talked about intelligence gathering at the international level. The international community should be able to help in ensuring that there is what? Intelligence gathering. We know of the Interpol that works. We feel also the focus of the Interpol should focus on our country. It will be very important that the international community helps in that. And then also diplomatic collaboration. There is need for diplomatic collaboration. And then the last point we have there is support the fight against corruption. It is a known fact that most of our elites, political leaders, take money out of this country to launder outside the country. So we seek the help of the international community to help us fight corruption, to stop the practice of money laundering. The monies that are stashed away in foreign banks, the government should go after the people who put in those monies and ensure a return of those monies back to the country. So at this point, I will hand over to my colleague who will take us through, probably build on what I have said, and then round up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will just emphasize. I will just emphasize on intelligence sharing. You see, this aspect of intelligence sharing is very, very important. And we really need the international community to come to our aid in that respect. I'll give you an instance. If you look at the ongoing fight against Boko Haram in the Northeast, this is based on a one-on-one interactive, not really a lecture we're privileged to receive from one of the generals who was a force commander in that area. He said before they invaded Sambisa Forest, they had to rely on the United States to provide them with intelligence information, what was going on in Sambisa Forest. They were in Borno State, but they didn't know what was going on in Sambisa Forest. But with the assistance of the United States, they were able to know what was going on in Sambisa Forest, and through that means they were able to come up with strategies and tactics in engaging the terrorists. And it was based on that information that they were able to invade Sambisa Forest for the first time, which led to the popular technical defeat of Boko Haram. So if we build on something like this, if you build on something like this, more and more intelligence from these international communities can help us combat this issue of urban violence. Because we have to come to reality. We don't really have the technology to combat some of these crimes. So if we cooperate with the international community, it will provide a good platform, an enabling ground for us to combat these issues. She also talked about capacity building. Yes, capacity building basically does not have to do with lectures alone. We can also come up with trainings, more and more practical trainings. And you don't just come up with trainings like that, you identify key areas that you are lacking. And from those key areas, you can now explore such possibilities and request for assistance in this area. Now let's move to the last segment. Entry points. The first entry point we identified here, sorry, kindly ignore the fourth point. It's not supposed to be here. We apologize for that. The first point, regional collaboration on migration and security policy. Now, ECOWAS, for instance, I'll just talk about ECOWAS. ECOWAS, for instance, has what we call a counter-terrorism strategy. And part of the policies or principles contained in this counter-terrorism strategy is any individual classified as a terrorist in one country, one ECOWAS member country, automatically it can be considered a terrorist in any of the other member countries. Now, if we can build on such strategies, not just within ECOWAS, within Africa and the world as large, it will go a long way in preventing situations whereby criminal elements migrate from one location and are being granted safe haven in another location. Secondly, we said security sector reform. I think this cannot really be overemphasized. I don't really need to throw much light on it. But like I said earlier on, while I was discussing the aspect of capacity building, we need to identify some of the lapses in our security sectors. And how do we identify some of these lapses? First and foremost, we need to go close to them. Just like we're privileged to have the we're privileged to have a police officer here. He was able to open up to some of the challenges they are experiencing. If some of these challenges are beyond, let's say, the nation, the international community can also come in. For goodness sake, when you look at, let's say, the United Nations, for instance, Nigeria used to be a major police component contributing country. The same applies to the troops. So if we are giving something like that to the United Nations on their part should also be willing to come to our assistance in this area. Now, review of ECOWAS migration policy. We all are aware that ECOWAS has a free movement policy whereby member countries, let's say individuals from member countries, can easily, with the ECOWAS passport, can easily move into another country and have an uninterrupted stay of 90 days. However, we are living in a situation whereby some of these foreigners, yes, I'll call them foreigners, they are our major problems. We need to review this policy to see how it can help in combating not just border issues, but as well violence in most of our urban centers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Group 2. At this point, we would allow, please. We would allow 3 people on this side to either make comments or raise questions to Group 2, and then we will allow 3 people as well on this side to raise questions or ask or make comments on the presentation of Group 1. So people from Group 1 that I will acknowledge, we have Professor Selebo and Doctor. Okay, 3 people have raised their hands, so we will take them. Let's start with them. Professor Selebo.
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate you for your presentation on borders, that the borders of Nigeria are porous. It's no longer something that we can contest with. But the issue is that it's a global problem. It's not only Nigeria, and you cannot stop people from moving. As long as the borders are there and there's problem in the Sahel, people will always come into Nigeria. The issue is, it's just like conflict. It's normal, but we have to manage it. And there are various statutes. Right from the UN, you have the UN Go Travel, you have the UN Security Council resolution that says that advanced passenger information must be compulsory for all member states. You also have the African regional approach to this problem. Before you come to the ECOWAS common approach, then you have the Nigerian common approach to managing these issues. But the issue now is that some of these international statutes have not been domesticated to the Nigerian level. And this is why you are saying, we cannot unsign ECOWAS protocol on free movement of persons, goods, and services now because, I'll give you a very good reason. We have more than 10 million Nigerians outside who are also part of irregular migration. Are you clear with that? So if we do it, all actions are reciprocal, and they begin to repatriate all our citizens back to Nigeria. Are we clear with that? So the ECOWAS is trying to introduce a biometric ID card now, which is called NBIC card, for managing these flows. So what it says is that there's a hit list, which Interpol, Immigration, NDLA, NAPTIP will work with. And with that hit list, you could easily be apprehended no matter which territory you go into. So it's a global problem. It's affecting the United States. It's affecting. What we need to do is to make our borders more effective. And that is what Madam is saying. Like the Madam said in the morning, yes, there's no difference between a Nigerian and a Nigerian. But I can tell you that the immigration officer knows the difference between the two, except that it is just not possible because the borders are porous. So everywhere is a border in the northwest and the northeast. unlike the southwest border or the south-south borders where you have maritime barriers and the rest of it. It's a problem, but we can still work with it if we put in place mechanism of security in our borders. So this is what I want to say. Beyond that, Nigeria is benefiting more from the global regime of free movement of persons, goods, and services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very interesting intervention there in terms of cross-border issues and how Nigeria stands to benefit and the implications of any rash decision that would reverse the status quo. And the pointer here and point of note he raised is appropriate management of our borders, and that will really give Nigeria the impetus to benefit more from the border relationship. Thank you.
Yes.
Please.
Thank you for the audience. I'd like to call the attention of Group 1 and Group 2. Thank you for your presentation. But you have repeatedly said illegal migration. For those of us who are working on that thematic area, we will not accept that word illegal, but rather we say irregular. Why? Because it is possible for somebody to migrate from one place to another. It's a constitutional right. And it is also possible for somebody to migrate without being caught with the law. So when you are referring to people who are moving as illegal, then you are stigmatizing them. Therefore, it is good you call them irregular migration. This is the global and international accepted semantics. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that intervention. And I think the uproar indicates that there would be some rejoinder or arguments put up to that observation. But let's see as time goes on.
Okay, thank you. I want to just add a little as it concerns public safety and security issues. In Nigeria, we also need to consider sectional agitations as a major issue when we talk about public safety and security. The issues of IPOB in the southeast, the issues of, even in Calabar, there is a huge migration from the Cameroons, from the Anglophone part of Cameroon into southern Calabar, and then we had the issues of Skolombo and Lakasera girls, so that is the major area that we need to also look into.
Thank you so much. An interesting perspective there, where we're looking at sectional perspective to migration and how that impacts on the conflicts or urban violence within Nigeria. So let's take 3 people from Group 2. I can see Hajia's hand is up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, the flip chart is not there. I had wanted us to flip back to the last page of their presentation. Group 1. Okay. No,
yeah, since the flip chart is taken up, if you remember that point, can you just speak to it?
Okay, it's all right then.
Thank you.
Looking at the last page where they mention certain thematic areas, I was just going to add that for any urban violence, usually it is women, children, and people with disabilities that are at the receiving end. Unfortunately, there is no thematic area that covers gender, affirmative, and transformation. So I was just going to say that we should add that component.
Thank you so much. This is another argument that had happened from the regional conversations and up until now. But like Cher said in the morning, if you look at the presentations and all the communique, the findings from the 4 states that we have had convenings, you discover that issues that borders around women, issues that borders around youth, and now with specific emphasis on people living with disability have been cross-cutting. And you would agree with me also that throughout these conversations, issues of gender-based violence and women matters have really been cross-cutting, because it keeps reflecting in almost every conversation, except if you would want gender-based issues to be treated exclusively as a thematic area. Otherwise, I would like to say that that has been taken care of in various ways. Okay, that is noted. That is noted, and I believe that when we take tomorrow's thematic areas, because we are dealing with only 2 thematic areas today. Tomorrow, you will find out that gender is treated exclusively. Thank you. Let's take them first, then please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. To our dear participants at the other side, I want to say that there's an issue you raised talking about the place of AIs in being a factor, a driver for unemployment and such related issues. I doubt if within the context of Nigeria we have AIs as in the next 10 years. In the next 10 years, okay, you are forecasting. It's okay. It's okay. But not to worry. If you are forecasting, I think it makes sense to think that way. But on a very lighter note, seeing migration, illegal migration, as we have termed it, as a wrong nomenclature, I think that is, it's, to us, it doesn't make sense. It may be an international consensus to say people should not be called illegal migrants. But to our simplistic understanding, an illegal migrant is someone who doesn't have authorization to make such movement in the first instance. So I see nothing derogatory or something against human rights to accuse the people of being illegal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Like I said, this is a debate, but for the purpose of this conversation, if we can stick with irregular migration, that would just be fine. Having said that, and not seeing any hands raised, I would allow... okay, why don't we do it this way? We take him, then the officer wrap up the conversation, then we close. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As we round off on this subject of public safety and security, I need to draw our attention to a particular framework that was developed by stakeholders around 4 thematic areas, which they say are indicators of smart cities, safe cities. And then they said Nigeria is not found anywhere close. What are these 4 thematic areas? They talked about digital security. Digital security. And this one measures people's access to the internet, to digital world, without fear of losing, is it their privacy, to fraudsters. It's a measure of public safety. So as we address public safety, it's important that we make reference to that. I was listening to a phone-in program. A particular lady was saying she cannot use her phone for transactions. She can't do anything because her phone has been compromised. If you go to the banks, you drop your phone number. Everywhere you go, you drop very sensitive information about yourself. How secure are we in the digital economy where we are migrating to? It's part of public safety. The second one is health security. How many of us have access to quality healthcare services? What is the ratio of doctors to patients in Nigeria? What is the ratio of bed spaces to patients in Nigeria? My son had a domestic accident 2 days before I came here. I was referred to Lut. I was at Lut from 10 p.m. till 4 a.m. There was no space. Even for Lut workers who were in emergency situations. We went to the X-ray room. We were told that they were having 17 staff there, reduced to 3, because they have all migrated out. So when you are talking of public safety, how safe are we? When you also talk of health. The third one is infrastructural security or safety. And this one talks about safety of the buildings, safety of the roads. How safe are our roads? How secure are our roads? It's also an issue we must capture as we deliberate on this subject of public safety. I guess the fourth one now, I can't remember, but there's a fourth one that measures how safe a city is. And because we are talking about the cities, we cannot run away from these measures, which, determine whether you are safe or you are not safe. I thought I should, bring this to our understanding. Then the next thing I wanted to bring out is this: emergency response. Emergency response. I was sharing with a few people here, driving from maybe Jos to Bauchi, you see large expanse of land. If anything happens, do the ordinary people have the right numbers to call? Do they have the right numbers to call? Are you there? Many of us know 911, used in America and used in other parts of the world. Ask us to tell you the emergency number of the police in Nigeria, we do not know. The emergency number of fire service in Nigeria, we do not know. What is the reason? These are all issues that border on public safety and security, which we should not overlook as we wrap up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very important interventions there. Maybe we will take the only youth before we go to the officer, and we will wrap with the officer. Please, at this point, we will not entertain any hands raised.
Thank you very much. And I want us to include a public morality under public safety. Because if you look at what is being published on social media, it's against our values. And also, we have some channels that are producing content that we know as parents that they are injurious to the younger ones. At the same time, they are having access to it. So I want us to look at that, the impact of all this content that we are grappling with all day on the safety, moral, safety of the youth. That's one. Number two, let's look at the environmental aspect of public safety. For instance, if you go to Lagos State, many places are littered with, how will I put it? Everywhere is like a refuse dump in Lagos State. So, which is a corollary of, a massive number of people. Waste management is a crisis in that place, Lagos State. So these things need to be included under public safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for raising the issue of waste management and environmental degradation as part of safety. But The first question you raised about value as being part of public safety and security, I think that can be married with our abdication of responsibility in terms of parental care and all that. And going the route that you have suggested now will lead us to that route that there is a lot of outcry by Nigerians about the regulation of the social media and so on and so forth. That is a completely new topic on its own, and the challenges associated to that. A lot of debate has been going on around that. So let's round off by comments from the officer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I just want to speak briefly on the issue of illegal migration. You see, you cannot, I think my brother should be here. You cannot use irregularity, yes, to justify any action, because the fact that other people or our own citizens migrate illegally to the other side does not mean we have to allow that in our own country, because it's even deep of us here now, and we all know what they suffer when they go out illegally. All of us know what they suffer. But it's not the same with us. Here they come in and go. They enter, they do whatever they want to do, they go back. And we are not safe. So please, I want to equally appeal to you that illegal migration is a kind of, in fact, it's one of the problems we are having in Nigeria. Today, is one of the problems we are having, because many of them that are doing so much dangers to this nation are coming from somewhere. They are coming from somewhere. And many of us have interacted with them, and we know where they are coming from. Two, my brother was talking about, is it moral something? Moral value. We here could have moral values, but a lot of our youth don't have moral values these days. Many of them have no moral, they don't even have respect for themselves. Because I know that some of us here, when we were born and we were brought up, your parents will tell you, if you bring anything home that is not known to your parents, you must explain how you got that thing. You must explain. But these days, if you like, bring an aeroplane, as long as it can land in your compound, they will clap hand for you. That is the problem we are having. So, parental care too is lacking. That is what we are having these days. So let us pray that things changes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a very, very fruitful conversation today. We really appreciate your intervention. We really appreciate your patience. We really appreciate your commitment to these sessions. We look forward to tomorrow, where we'll also take 2 thematic areas, just like we did today. But just maybe before we wrap up, just to mention that when it comes to issues of morality, globally there is no specific standard for public morality. And if you're talking about people accessing some of these things that we term immoral in our own parlance, you can take it right to your homes, where on DSTV you can put parental care on certain programs and channels, but yet your children will go to the internet to go and look for those contents that you have restricted them from watching. And sometimes they have mastered the act of even disabling the parental care and returning it when the time that you're about to come home. So sometimes it has to do with the character and mannerism of our wards and even the people in that context. So it's an argument we do not want to really go into, because it's a very relative term, and it depends on which position we are standing and looking at that. However, we need to really, as parents, live up to our responsibilities, and as youth, try to be responsible youth, so that we keep what is not for public consumption private and flaunt what is for public consumption. Having said that, I want to say thank you, and I wish everyone a good night rest. And for those who would be going home from here, for instance, those from Abuja, I wish each and every one of us a safe trip back home. And those online, we want to say thank you. We really appreciate you for your patience, for your tenacity, and contributing to the conversation. It's good having you, and we hope to have you tomorrow, and we hope to have a more robust conversation tomorrow as we have done today. Thank you, thank you, thank you.